The House will be in order. The Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., January 19, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Debbie Wasserman Schultz to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 10, 2022, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized without objection.
Madam Speaker, over the last 2 years, the price of lumber rose at astronomical rates. This followed prolonged shutdowns of lumber mills and production plants, despite the maintained demand for lumber for construction projects that continued as an essential activity during the pandemic. The resulting supply and demand inversion caused a nationwide lumber shortage. Our economy struggles when businesses feel uncertainty in the market, which is why it's the government's job in times of crisis like the COVID pandemic to ensure stability. In May of last year, I sent a letter to U.S. Trade Representative Katherine Tai urging action to prevent further disruption in the price of lumber. At the time I sent the letter, lumber prices had skyrocketed more than 300% over the previous year. With the support of nearly 100 bipartisan members of Congress, Congressman Brian Higgins and I asked Ambassador Tai to resolve the crisis by resuming trade negotiations with Canada to reduce the price of softwood lumber. While lumber prices temporarily declined following that letter, it took months for a meaningful portion of those decreases to reach the construction industry and its customers. Prices began rising again, and in September, and having continued to increase in the months since, once again putting strain on the hardworking Americans who build our homes and our communities. In December, I once again joined Congressman Higgins and nearly 100 bipartisan members of Congress to send a second letter to the Biden administration, this time to Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo, voicing concerns over the Department of Commerce's decision to increase anti-dumping and countervailing duties on softwood lumber products from Canada. We are concerned that this will further exacerbate the lumber crisis. The housing sector remains an integral piece of the U.S. economy. As we continue to recover from the COVID pandemic, sharp increases in the prices of lumber will further harm our recovery and costs faced by hardworking Americans. It's our understanding that the U.S. and Canada discussed this very issue last year and expressed mutual interest in resolving the problem. But it's unclear if any action has yet been taken by either country. We want to see stability and normalcy restored to the housing market. It's imperative that we do so. We want to see definitive action from the Biden administration to solve this problem. And Madam Speaker, we in Congress stand ready to help in any way we can. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes, revise and extend my remarks.
And the gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, as we come off the historic Martin Luther King Jr. holiday, it is incumbent upon all of us not just to reflect on his legacy, but to really honor it. And honoring his legacy means really using our political strength, much of which was given to us by him and his struggle to deliver the very voting rights protection him and countless of other civil rights leaders, including our very own John Lewis, what they bled for to secure. We simply cannot accept empty promises anymore, Madam Speaker, in pursuit of his dream for a more equal and just America. Not from senators that have the power to live fully in those ideals today, and not from members of this very chamber. How can anyone, Madam Speaker, especially any member of the Senate, celebrate this day of service, the Martin Luther King Day, without standing for democracy and the rights of others? How can they, in good faith, deliver empty words or celebrate his legacy in the shadow of this current attack on the access to the ballot box, when they themselves have the power to stop it? But let me step back just a minute and put this in perspective, Madam Speaker. Just last year, Republicans introduced 440 voter suppression bills in 49 states. 19 states have already passed voting restrictions in 2021, with even more coming this year. These are acts of voter suppression occurring in nearly every state of the union, targeting Black and brown communities, working class and poor communities, telling them that their votes and voices shouldn't be heard, violating the sacred concept of one person, one vote. Make no mistake, Madam Speaker, the restrictive voting laws that have passed and continue to be passed and pushed have directly targeted Black and brown, poor and working class communities, directly targeting communities of color, that to make it harder for them to access the ballot box and to participate in our democracy. So as we continue to honor Dr. King and his legacy today, the Senate has a choice: abolish the filibuster or let democracy die. Madam Speaker, the filibuster is an archaic piece of Senate procedure that came by accident. Its direct legacy to segregation continues today to hold back progress on civil rights this very day. Its most famous use was against the Civil Rights Act of 1964, where its opponent filibustered for nearly 60 days. But it wasn't the first time, and it won't be the last. White Southerners also invoked the filibuster to block the Voting Rights Bill in 1891, with many of the same senators filibustering again in the 1930s to block anti-lynching laws. Imagine that. The filibuster was used to block anti-lynching laws. We have a choice, Madam Speaker, between having a democracy or allowing racist systems to continue. It's simple. The filibuster is a monument of white supremacy, and we have to tear it down. I refuse to hear any cheap excuse about why protecting the very founding principle of this nation is impossible, because it's not where they have been more than, it's been used really 161 times. The filibuster in the last 5 decades has been used 161 times to pass trade deals, tax cuts for the rich, Supreme Court justices, and just recently for the debt ceiling. But that's not what we remember the filibuster for. We remember the filibuster for its racist roots, deeply embedded in Jim Crow, used to stop anti-lynching legislation. Madam Speaker, history will not look fondly on those who stand on the way.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the service of Ellen Welch, a crime scene specialist in Morgan County and founder of the Hero Tree. Ellen has exhibited unwavering commitment to Morgan County's law enforcement as she works as a crime scene specialist and investigator. Each year during this holiday season, Ellen takes on the role of lifting up the community's fallen law enforcement officers and K-9s. 2021 has marked the third year that Ellen has spearheaded this service to the community, and it continues to grow. Every year, Ellen, her mom, and her niece paint each ornament and write the name, death date, and agency of each fallen officer. Then they place the ornaments on a tree that stands in the Morgan County Squad Room until January. Unfortunately, this year was especially hard on law enforcement, and Ellen had to get a much larger tree as violence against police officers spiked. Ellen has exhibited a selfless commitment to our police officers, and for that, we are very grateful. Thank you for what you do, Ellen, and keep it up. Madam Speaker, I rise today to thank an extraordinary student in my district, Ava Dormany, for her work building the Students Helping Students Succeed mentorship program. Now a senior at Savannah Arts Academy, Ava founded the SHSS mentorship program in her junior year to help struggling students. The COVID-19 pandemic and related school closures, which proved difficult for many students, are what prompted Ava to take action. Her desire to help students' mental health and academic success culminated in the creation of the Students Helping Students Succeed mentorship program. Ava wanted to assist her fellow students while also working to instill essential qualities like confidence, teamwork, and leadership in our youth. Her work has been instrumental in helping students through these trying times. I'm extremely proud to represent a district where young people's work, like Ava, is on display for the whole nation to see. She inspires me and gives me even more confidence in our future, and I want to thank her for the work she is doing in our community. I hope Ava's story and work inspires other young people to find an avenue that can help their communities be successful as well. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Rincon, Georgia, for being recognized as one of 24/7 Wall Street's best cities to live in the South. Rincon is a gem of a town in the 1st District that is well deserving of this recognition. Its population growth, high median household income, and low unemployment rate are just some of the features that caught the attention of 24/7 Wall Street, an independent news organization that ranks cities based on affordability, quality of life, economy, and community. Incorporated as a city in 1927, Rincon has a rich history as a rail town in the 1800s. When World War II came to America, Rincon, like the rest of the 1st District, answered the call to arms. Due to its proximity to Savannah, Rincon citizens were instrumental in the construction of U.S. Liberty ships. Since then, the city has continued to grow and flourish into what it is today. I know the citizens of Rincon, Georgia, and myself are proud of this recognition. As someone whose grandparents lived in Rincon, I was in Rincon most Sundays every time as a young man. I can tell you how proud I am of the city of Rincon, how proud I am of Effingham County and tremendous growth that they have seen while still maintaining the quality of life. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, for 5 minutes.
I thank Madam Speaker for the opportunity to stand this morning with a very solemn heart, overwhelmed, one would say, with a sense of grief. And in that grief, there is joy. The grief, of course, is to feel the personal pain of the lack of unity around the very core of democracy, and that is the right to vote. As has been evidenced by members over and over again as I listened to senators last night, everyone acceded to the point that voting is the core of democracy. It means that the individual in pain, in frustration, in affirmation, in understanding of policies, gets to select a person of their choosing. It is not about those who are elected or candidates or the elections. It is about the voters having that right. And right now, today, in the hands of the other body is the crux of democracy. I am frankly undone by the usage of an insignificant procedural rule that has been used over the decades and centuries to crush democracy. The filibuster is insignificant. It is an order. It is not a statute. It is not the Constitution. It is not the 15th Amendment or the 14th Amendment. It is not the 13th Amendment, which freed slaves. It is also the recognition that voting rights is for all persons, irrespective of their race, color, or creed, or religion, and their party affiliation. Why is the other body, under the leadership of Minority Leader McConnell, not coming to the table of unity? I extend an olive branch. The filibuster has been changed already over 161 times. Do we recognize that between 1866 and 1890, many landmark pieces of civil rights legislation that were essential to protecting the constitutional rights of Americans of color, this was during Reconstruction, they were, if you will, voted along party lines. But from 1917 to 1994, civil rights was crushed by the use of the filibuster. And so I rise today to ask for the better angels of the other body, 2 members who happen to be Democratic senators, and others who are in total lockstep in the other party. But listen to William E. Mason saying, but every school board in the United States knows that the Senate is practically the only parliamentary body in the world where the majority cannot transact the public business, and where the minority, instead of the majority, transacts the business of the country. Senator William E. Mason, April 21, 1897, a Republican. I ask for mercy. As someone who worked for the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, who had the privilege of being here for the reauthorization in the mid-2000s, who wrote the Coretta Scott bill legislation that was added that said no midterm redistricting, and as well helped rename the bill at that time to many icons of diversity. And so I want to conclude my remarks by referring to Martin King's mountaintop speech. To read as much of it as I can, he speaks beginning of saying if he had sneezed when he was knifed by a demented woman in the 1950s, he says, I wouldn't have been around in 1962 when Negroes in Albany, Georgia decided to straighten their back up. And whenever men and women straighten their backs up, they are going somewhere. Because a man can't ride your back unless it is bent. If I had sneezed, I wouldn't have been here in 1963 when the black people of Birmingham, Alabama, aroused the conscience of this nation and brought into being the Civil Rights Bill. If I had sneezed, I wouldn't have had a chance later that year in August to try and tell America about the dream that I had. If I had sneezed, I wouldn't have been in Selma, Alabama, or Memphis. And then they were telling me now it doesn't matter now. It really doesn't matter what happens. I left Atlanta this morning. And when we got started, the pilot said we had to stop for a moment because Dr. Martin Luther King is on the plane. We had to check and see if there were bombs. And then I got to Memphis, and some began to say the threats or talk about the threats that were out. What would happen to me from some of our sick brothers who did not look like him? Well, I don't know what will happen now. We've got some difficult days ahead, but it doesn't matter with me now because I've been to the mountaintop and I don't mind like anybody. I would like to live a long life. Longevity has its place, but I am not concerned about that now. I just want to do God's will, and he's allowed me to go to the mountaintop, and I've looked over and I've seen the promised land. That is today. That is today, January 19, 2021. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land, and I'm happy tonight. I'm not worried about anything. I'm not fearing any man. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. Those who say they honor him do not disgrace him. I yield back. Vote for the Voting Rights Act.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor a true American patriot, a true American hero. Ms. Mary Lou Hand just turned 100 years old on January 15th, 2022. She's from Wall, America. Mary Lou served this country as a nurse in the Army in World War II, and after first being stationed in Maryland and Mississippi, she was sent to England, where she provided critical care for the wounded, and more importantly, she raised soldiers' spirits by spreading laughter. It was during her service in England that she met her husband, Bob. The two had 6 children together and lived in 3 countries and subsequently 7 states. Ms. Mary Lou Hand has 6 children, 13 grandchildren, 25 great-grandchildren, and 3 great-great-grandchildren. She has cultivated a life of love and family filled with gratitude. And throughout her century of life, she has dedicated her time to helping others. Her selfless dedication has played out through her commitment to her family, and as well as her impressive career serving our country and caring for others. Mary Lou, thank you for your service and happy birthday. Madam Speaker, I rise today to tell you about another patriot. You know, we have patriots and we have leaders, servant leaders throughout our entire country. This is a special one that I'd like to talk about in the community of Staten Island. Mr. John J.B. Byers, Sr., a New Jersey native, Mr. Byers began his remarkable 40-year career delivering letters for the U.S. Postal Service at the USPS Mariners Post Office and subsequently served 18 years at the Port Richmond office. During his 4 decades of exemplary service, John has become a fixture of the community. He's become beloved by those he happily served for so many years on his daily route. The best measure of John's success was not how efficient he was at his job, but it was the undeniable impact he had on his neighbors and the communities that he served so well. He went above and beyond in his duties, taking time to engage the community, the lives and the livelihoods of the people that he served every single day. His influence is evident by the meaningful and positive impact he made on those who knew him best, his neighbors, his colleagues, and his friends. Story after story from coworkers and community members that showed JB's generosity, his kindness, and his work ethic. So much so that on John's last day at the U.S. Postal Service, those on his route threw him a surprise party to demonstrate how much the service that he did for them meant to them and their lives. John dedicated his life to his community through his career, and he became a trusted friend and familiar face to all. But even with the tenured and successful career, I know the greatest joy for him today stems from the beautiful family he and his wife Kathleen have raised. And as he enters retirement, John and Kathleen are celebrating the birth of their first grandchild, Madison Patricia Byers, who was born on December 23rd, 2021. More than a mailman, JB has brought great joy and integrity to countless families and communities, and we thank him for his service to his community. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the hard work and dedication of San Angelo, Texas' very own Ms. Pam Burke. Ms. Burke runs the Wesley Soup Kitchen, a wonderful ministry that has been providing meals along with love and care to all those in need since 1948. Mrs. Burke has been at the Wesley Soup Kitchen for the past 12 years, preparing over 200 meals a day. And in addition to feeding the homeless and those less fortunate, this ministry provides holiday meals and has been a consistent combatant of malnutrition and hunger throughout the community. Mrs. Burke is a wonderful example of God's calling in John chapter 21 to feed his sheep. For no monetary gain of her own, Mrs. Burke dedicates her time and her energy to opening her arms and caring for the community. I know I'm not alone in saying that I'm grateful for the mission of the Wesley Soup Kitchen and I'm honored to know that the wonderfully impassioned individuals like Mrs. Pam Burke are working throughout each of our communities. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This great nation was founded on a fundamental promise, a promise that as Americans, we shall all have a say in the decisions that affect our lives. But as you know, this nation has not always lived up to that promise. Indeed, the story of American democracy is a story of ordinary Americans daring to make extraordinary sacrifices in order for the promise to become a reality for all Americans, regardless of their race, gender, age, sexual orientation, or class. Madam Speaker, today is a day of great significance and great consequences. We in the House passed the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Act, as well as the Freedom to Vote Act. Now, today, the Senate will take up and debate both bills and vote on the future of our democracy. What is at stake is clear. The current state of voting rights is very clear. Old battles have become new again, as state legislatures across this nation have erected deliberate barriers to the ballot box in an all-out assault on the right to vote. Though we no longer have a poll tax or to count how many jellies are in a jelly bean, in a jelly jar, we do know that the modern day restrictions are no less pernicious. Long lines, closed polling stations, purge voter rolls, bans on early voting, and the list goes on and on. In Georgia, it is now a crime to hold out food and water to a vote, to hand out food and water to a voter in line. And so I ask you, what are we afraid of? Madam Speaker, the significance of this moment is not lost on me, for you see, representing Alabama's 7th Congressional District, voting rights is very personal. People in my district fought, marched, prayed, and yes, some died for the equal right of all Americans to vote. I know that this body reveres our late, great Congressman John Lewis. It was John who said that the struggle for voting rights is not a struggle for one day or 1 year. It is a struggle for a lifetime. So we have to fight, every generation does, to protect the progress of the past and to advance it. And that's exactly what the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act does. I ask our senators, how will they be remembered? Years from now, when our children and grandchildren look back on this moment and ask, what did you do to fight for voting rights? How will you be remembered? Now, we're not asking our senators to march. We're not asking them to sacrifice. We're not asking them to bleed on a bridge. We're asking them to do their jobs. To do their jobs. We're asking them to have the courage of their convictions, to use their position of great power to save our democracy in this critical moment. Madam Speaker, to my colleagues, voting rights advocates, and stakeholders, I say, no matter what the outcome is of today, we cannot be deterred. John Lewis and those brave foot soldiers did not give up. Think of where our country would be had John and Hosea Williams and those that were bludgeoned on that bridge didn't pick themselves up 2 days later and march again. Voting rights is a struggle of a lifetime, and we have to be in that fight. We cannot be tired. We can be frustrated. We can be downright mad, but we cannot give up. We have so many more miles to go before we declare victory, and victory we must have because our democracy depends on it. Our colleague Jim Clyburn this past weekend invoked the Bible. He said, it's darkest before the dawn. Indeed, by not taking this moment to protect the right to vote, we're allowing extremists to strip away the power of the people. We all celebrated Dr. Martin Luther King's birthday on Monday. Dr. King said that the arc of the universe is long, but it bends towards justice. But it only bends if we Americans decide to challenge it, decide to make sure that this Constitution lives up to its ideals. It's time for the Senate to do their part. In remembrance of the sacrifices of others, the Senate must reform its rules. We all have a role to play. And I say to the activists and to the senators, the time to act is always now. King said it's always time to do what's right. We must get into some good trouble. We must keep our eyes on the prize, and the prize
Gentlewoman's time
is our
expired.
democracy and restoring the right to vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Washington Democrats have become desperate to shield their slim majorities in the House and Senate. So desperate, in fact, that they're willing to silence millions of Americans by orchestrating a federal takeover of elections. Look no further than H.R. 1 and H.R. 4. These pieces of legislation are the ones Americans should be concerned about. Madam Speaker, all Washington Democrats have done is operate off their own manufactured hysteria. Thanks to Ranking Member Rodney Davis of the Committee on House Administration, we have the facts on why the Democrats' narrative is wrong. 2020 saw the highest voter turnout in 120 years, and according to Pew, 94% said it's easy to vote. There's clearly no widespread, quote, voter suppression, end quote, issue in this country. Georgia's new, quote, voter suppression law, end quote, has more days of early in-person voting than New York. Texas's voter suppression law ends pandemic exceptions like universal drive-through voting and 24-hour voting. Neither existed in Texas before 2020. Neither widely exists even in blue states. When it comes to abolishing the filibuster, there are even more facts. The filibuster prevents federal laws swinging wildly with every election. If the filibuster is taken away, millions of citizens and entire states would be silenced. Senator Schumer's push is not a response to the 2020 election or new state laws. As early as 2019 and August 2020, Senator Schumer was already discussing abolishing the filibuster, but only if he won control. If the filibuster's wiped clean off the map, imagine what will be done next. Packing the Supreme Court, ramming through the Green New Deal, defunding the police, and every other misguided item that Washington Democrats have in their political playbook. The consequences would be disastrous for America. Madam Speaker, Americans do not want the one-party rule agenda of Washington Democrats, the anniversary of which is tomorrow. They do not want to see their own country become even more bankrupted by the failed policies under this administration and razor-thin majority. Republicans will continue to stand firm against this far-left agenda, and we will not sit on the sidelines. It's vital that Americans know what these election bills will do and the consequences that will affect this great country if they're passed. Thank you again to Ranking Member Rodney Davis and his staff for their continued hard work and diligence on this issue. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Lee, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak about news that many people don't hear too much about coming out of Washington. Too often, they only hear one side of the story about divisiveness, gridlock, and a general unwillingness to put results over politics. And don't get me wrong, it is a problem. But there are a whole lot of us in this body that are fighting every day to put an end to that and break the cycle in Washington, especially when it comes to our veterans. In the past 2 months alone, we have seen legislative breakthroughs that had the support of both Democrats and Republicans to help make sure that our country continues to serve our nation's veterans. I introduced a bipartisan bicameral legislation with Representatives Anthony Gonzalez, Tony Gonzalez, Democratic Representative Colin Allred to invest in the Zero Suicide Initiative and bring accountability into the VA. And last week, this House passed legislation that will end a GI Bill disparity that between the National Guard and Reserve members so that every single service member can access benefits for the sacrifices they have earned. And last month, President Biden signed the Remote Act into law to extend legislation to protect student veterans for benefits for veterans. In Southern Nevada alone, 200 veterans were facing cuts in their benefits, but with our votes in the House and Senate and President Biden's signature, those benefits were extended, and it was just that easy. These are just a few examples of the bipartisan wins this Congress has been able to accomplish for veterans. You see a lot of legislation before us, especially bills that serve our veterans, our common sense. And I encourage Washington to not lose sight of those two words, common sense. Thank you, and I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to call upon my fellow members of Congress to support H.R. 1179, which would award the Congressional Gold Medal to the survivors of the Iran hostage crisis and to the families of the former hostages who are sadly no longer with us. Over 40 years ago, in November of 1979, protests in the Iranian capital of Tehran led to crowds storming the United States Embassy and taking the staff inside as hostages. 52 Americans, made up of both civilian and military personnel, were made prisoners in our own embassy and became victims of a terrorist attack upon international law. For over a year, the hostages were denied their basic human dignity with their captors, inflicting upon them increasing physical and psychological torture to include simulated executions. Madam Speaker, they would take these hostages and go through the motions of being executed, often pulling the trigger with an empty gun to instill fear. It was wrong. These brave Americans held strong throughout their harrowing ordeal, never once losing faith in each other or that they may return home to their families again. Their courage and patriotism are an inspiration to all of us today, just as it was to our nation 40 years ago. Through diplomatic success, all 52 of the hostages were released in January of 1981, free to return home to their loved ones and their country, with this January 20th marking the 41st anniversary of their freedom. Despite that, many of them have not recovered from their trauma. To this day, still haunted by what they had to endure. Alongside having to carry these burdens for over 40 years, these 52 heroes never received proper recognition from their government for the sacrifices they were forced to make in captivity. They are true American heroes, and it's time that Congress acknowledges them as such, which is why I call upon my colleagues in support of H.R. 1179. The awarding of the Congressional Gold Medal to the survivors and the families of the deceased will not only bring justice to these patriots, but also demonstrate this nation's commitment to protect those whose human rights would be violated. This bipartisan bill is a symbol of our nation's ability to come together to honor our heroes. Currently, there are 145 co-sponsors of this bill with a near even split between Democrats and Republicans. Additionally, I'd like to thank the tremendous efforts of Commission 52 for helping to spread the awareness of this bill and gathering support for it. Their commitment to righting the wrongs of over 40 years ago is an inspiration to all. Thank you for your time and consideration. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I rise today, Madam Speaker, to recognize the late Wanda Young, former singer of the renowned Motown Marvelettes, and resident of the Inkster community in the Michigan 13 District Strong. Miss Young made her mark on Motown when she was asked to join the local singing group comprised of many of the Inkster High School students and alumni. The group, now known as the Marvelettes, was quickly signed to record a label later known as the Motown Records. They earned Motown one of its biggest hits with Please Mr. Postman. Wanda Young sang lead on many of the recordings, including the hit Don't Mess Around with Bill. As Miss Young was an integral part of Motown music scene and defining sound of the 1960s. Her example has inspired countless women and African-American performers across our country. Please join me in recognizing Wanda Young's contributions to our nation and Michigan's 13 District Strong as we honor her legacy at home and across the globe. Madam Speaker, I rise today in recognizing Michelle Martinez, Detroit resident environmental justice warrior from Michigan's 13 District Strong, as she departs an executive director from the Michigan Environmental Justice Coalition. For many years, Michelle has been a pillar of our community, advocating for clean air and water, and fighting against environmental racism that hurts our neighbors' quality of life. She has worked tirelessly, and I firsthand saw this myself, for various organizations over the last 15 years, and has never wavered in seeking justice for our people who live with the impact of pollution. I worked closely with Michelle on a number of initiatives when I served in the Michigan State Legislature, and she has been an amazing person to watch grow as an advocate and leader in our state. She has always been taken a bold approach to making transformative change for our communities that is meaningful and has never shied away from a challenge. So please join me in recognizing Michelle Martinez's outstanding contributions to the communities of Michigan's 13th Congressional District as we wish her well on her next venture. Madam Speaker, I rise today to make it clear that we as representatives of the people have a clear mandate to protect, restore, and expand voting rights in our nation. In my hometown of Detroit, election workers and community members were intimidated, shouted at, disrespected for simply counting the votes of our community, a majority Black community, in November of 2020. People banged on the windows, Madam Speaker, from the counting room, just because they didn't want Black and brown votes to be counted. Our community was treated like we were unworthy of making our voices heard at the ballot box. This should not be so complicated. If our colleagues in the Senate fail to pass the Freedom to Vote, the John Lewis Act, and their inaction will send a clear message to folks that support voter suppression. Voter suppression is not okay. It simply is not. Intimidating our election workers is not okay. Inaction is not an option, and we must deliver for the people. Thank you, and I yield.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, House Democrats last week passed a bill to nationalize elections. And on a party line vote, Democrats led by Speaker Pelosi passed a bill nationalizing elections in an attempt to maintain power. If ultimately enacted, this would consolidate power and control of all elections in the hands of Speaker Pelosi and the Democratic Party. This bill is an attack on election integrity. Their claims of voter suppression could not be further from the truth. The 2020 election had the highest turnout in 120 years. A poll by Pew Research Center found that 94% of those asked said it was easy to vote. Now, thankfully, there appears to be no path to get the votes needed to pass this danger to democracy bill in the Senate. Madam Speaker, later this week, tens of thousands of Americans will travel to D.C. to take part in the 48th March for Life. They will not be alone. Across the country, Americans will march to their state capitals in protest of the Roe v. Wade decision. This march is a celebration of life. It is a march full of joy. It is inspiring. It is peaceful and is welcoming to all who wish to attend. Today, it continues to be the largest annual human rights demonstration in the world. The goal is simple: to celebrate life with the hope that one day we live in a world where every life is celebrated, valued, and protected. This year's theme is Equality Begins in the Womb. As Jean Mancini, president of the March for Life, said best, quote, "Our country continues to advance along the path to a more just society. We cannot ignore the discrimination that's taking place against vulnerable unborn babies," end quote. In the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson penned 3 unalienable rights: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. As members of Congress, it's our job to uphold those rights. Since coming to Congress in 2009, I'm proud to be a strong proponent of standing for life and giving a voice to the voiceless. Many of my colleagues have introduced legislation to advance the pro-life causes. I'm proud to co-sponsor many of these bills, including the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act, the Defund Planned Parenthood Act, the No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion Act, the Sanctity of Human Life Act, the Protecting of the Dignity of the Unborn Children Act, and the Life at Conception Act. In addition, I proudly stand on this House floor advocating for these policies and thwarting any attacks on the unborn. Madam Speaker, our country is at a turning point. Right now, we are experiencing the most pro-abortion administration in our history. For the first time in over 4 decades, Democrats removed the Hyde Amendment from legislation. This amendment is a bipartisan agreement which prevents direct taxpayer funding of abortion and is supported by 77% of Americans. As pro-abortion advocates continue to try to stifle one of our unalienable rights, I know this House will continue to work tirelessly at the federal level to put the health and safety of women and children first. As long as the cloud of abortion looms over our country, we must continue to be the shining light for those who cannot defend themselves. Now, I'm proud of the brave women, men, and children who will travel to Washington this week. We must always be a voice for the voiceless, and we must continue to build a culture that values life and respects mothers and their children. Ahead of this year's march, I stand here and redouble my commitment to protecting the most vulnerable among us, the unborn. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, the trauma, disruption, stress, and isolation caused by the COVID-19 pandemic has greatly accelerated the mental health crisis facing our young people. I have seen this reflected in my own community. My alma mater, Neuqua Valley High School in Naperville, Illinois, has lost 2 students to suicide just this school year. And these are not isolated events. We are seeing the impacts of the youth mental health crisis play out in schools and communities across my district and across the nation. Lurie Children's Hospital in Chicago has seen the number of children admitted as a result of suicide attempts increase from 2 to 3 children per month to 2 to 3 per day. 2 to 3 children per day. There are now 3,000 children on their wait list for outpatient mental health care. This is absolutely heartbreaking. However, I find hope in seeing young people in my community stand up in the face of tragedy and demand solutions from their schools and government officials. They shouldn't have to do this, but they are organizing, participating in school board meetings, and writing and calling my office. I want them to know that I hear them and I'm fighting for them. This summer, I introduced the Child Suicide Prevention and Lethal Means Safety Act to invest in educating healthcare providers in evidence-based youth suicide prevention measures. And it's absolutely critical that we act immediately to address the growing unmet need for more school-based mental health providers. That's why I am fighting for the maximum possible funding through the Department of Education for the school-based mental health workforce in the Omnibus Appropriations Package. I'm inviting all members to join this bipartisan effort. And last month, I was proud to join Assistant Speaker Catherine Clark to introduce the Elementary and Secondary School Counseling Act to provide consistent, long-term funding to support schools in hiring more school-based mental health providers and meet the recommended student-to-provider ratios. As we begin another year of fighting the COVID-19 pandemic, we must target resources towards supporting the mental health of kids in school. As U.S. Surgeon General Vivek Murthy warned in his recent advisory on youth mental health, quote, "It would be a tragedy if we beat back one public health crisis only to allow another to grow in its place." I urge my colleagues in both the House and Senate to work together and across the aisle to pass legislation, including a fiscal year 2022 spending package that makes necessary investments in combating the mental health crisis facing young people. We must seize this critical opportunity to build better, safer, and more supportive environments for our young people to grow and thrive. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. McClain, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today because I need this Congress to understand the failures of President Biden as our nation's commander-in-chief. This administration was handed the reins to a country that had an economy that was ready to bounce back after pandemic restrictions, a southern border that was more secure than any other point in our nation's history, and a foreign policy that had us respected around the globe. Instead of simply being a caretaker who ran on being a unifying force, and I want to say that again, he ran on being a unifying force. This president chose to play politics of division from day one and began dismantling all of the positive policies of President Trump. In January 2021, the president halted construction of their border wall and overturned countless immigration policies that clearly worked. These policies stopped dangerous caravans from bringing thousands of illegal aliens to our southern border. These policies protected thousands of illegals from the horrors the horrors of human trafficking. And these policies kept not only our country's borders safe, but the community of the entire world safe as well. In this president's first year, he chose to spend trillions of American tax dollars on COVID relief. He spent those dollars on the backs of our children and grandchildren when there was nearly $1 trillion from previous relief packages still unspent. This wasteful spending that has included payments to keep people from working has led to our nation's supply chain disaster and the highest inflation in nearly 40 years, not to mention the labor shortage that we're facing now. Last week, President Biden gave a speech in Georgia that was not only divisive and hateful, but downright despicable. From the man who ran on "I'm going to unify this country." He demanded that Congress give him what he wants, and anyone who opposes him is a racist and a bigot. Seriously? That's the best you have? When you can't debate on the issues, you resort to calling half of the American people and anyone who doesn't agree with you a racist and a bigot? I think the American people deserve a little bit better. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle railed against President Trump for anything they deemed divisive. So I asked them this: will they condemn this? Will they condemn their president for calling half of all Americans racist? I doubt it. Madam Speaker, I grew up through the disastrous presidencies of Jimmy Carter. President Carter is often considered the worst president in modern history. It appears President Biden wants to take that crown. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
I rise today to highlight the left's widespread misinformation and hypocrisy surrounding the coronavirus pandemic. After repeatedly promising to shut down COVID-19 and vowing that all Americans would have access to regular, reliable, and free testing, the Biden administration has added a new crisis to its growing list of failures, the COVID crisis. As our nation faces a testing shortage, which began before the holiday season, I find it appropriate to quote President Biden himself from 2020. Where are the tests, Mr. President? Considering all the coronavirus funding that Congress has provided the administration, that is the multi-trillion-dollar question that has only been answered with deflection and poor leadership. Interestingly, now that the coronavirus death count is higher under President Biden than President Trump, the Centers for Disease Control, or the CDC, is apparently separating the data now to reveal how many Americans have died with COVID compared to how many have died from COVID. Republicans have been shouting this difference from the rooftops for over 2 years, during which the left quickly labeled our valid concerns as conspiracies. Yet when the important difference can provide cover to the president, Democrats jump on board and the left-wing media hides the hypocrisy. How convenient. In fact, CDC Director Walensky recently admitted that 75%, yes, 75% of COVID deaths occurred in people with at least 4 comorbidities. Every life is precious, and families deserve the truth. The question must be answered. How many Americans died with COVID compared to how many died from COVID? Our government agencies should have been reporting health data accurately from the beginning, not as a matter of political cover. Since Biden can't shut down COVID, suddenly this data is being shared publicly. It's no wonder polling indicates that public trust in the CDC is plummeting. Science is respected when people are skeptical. When people ask questions, none of that is happening now. Nobody questions the outcomes, and we wonder why the CDC has lost credibility. We wonder why people think the new meaning of the acronym is the Center for Democrat Control. Keep in mind, this is all unfolding as we discover more evidence that Dr. Fauci, the highest paid government official, and an unelected one, I might add, has continuously concealed the truth concerning gain-of-function research at the Chinese Wuhan Institute of Virology, including his own knowledge and his own involvement. Meanwhile, the administration continues to seek his deceptive guidance to push the narrative that we need more government control. Fauci's lies, the CDC's total lack of credibility, and the president's inability to rise to the moment and effectively lead all contribute to the COVID crisis, causing great damage and harm to the American people. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the sanctity of human life. Later this week, on January 22nd, our nation will mourn the 49th anniversary of Roe v. Wade, a treacherous decision that has led to the murder of more than 62 million innocent babies. That's more than 62 million dreams never achieved, talents never realized, and lives never lived. In the blink of an eye, their chance of a happy life and a promising future has vanished. May God have mercy on their unborn souls. What an unspeakable tragedy that corrupts the morals and values of our great country, that our great country was founded on over 2 centuries ago. I am proud to have co-sponsored HRES 58, led by my good friend Jody Heiss, to memorialize the anniversary of Roe v. Wade as the Day of Tears by lowering our flag to half-staff each year in honor of the unborn lives lost to the evils of abortion. After being involved with the Crisis Pregnancy Center in Athens, Georgia for nearly 2 decades, I can confirm to you that the consequences of abortion go well beyond the murder of millions of precious lives. Despite being portrayed as a simple and quick solution, abortion ultimately alters at least 3 lives instead of 1. A child that is lost forever, a mother that is scarred for life, and a father that is burdened with lifelong guilt. We must never downplay the evils of abortion. As an unapologetic pro-life advocate, I am proud to defend the unborn and fight for the sanctity of life, because every life is invaluable, worthy, and made in the perfect image of God. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Mrs. Miller, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All children are created by God at conception with a purpose. We must continue our work to end the scourge of abortion in America without exception. The strides that we have made for the pro-life movement over recent years are incredible, and I'm honored to be part of a group of such hardworking pro-life legislators. Our daughters are part of the pro-life generation, full of students and young women that want to protect life in the womb. They have seen their siblings in sonograms, and they have seen the pictures, and when they're told it is a blob of tissue, they know better. I introduced the Protecting Life on College Campuses Act, which would prohibit any federal funds from going to a college or university which is supplying dangerous chemical abortion pills. This past Christmas, the week before Christmas, while no one was looking, the Biden administration and Governor Pritzker advanced very radical abortion policies which are deeply unpopular with the American people. They want to remove parental involvement every step of the way for minors receiving an abortion because they are not pro-choice, they are pro-abortion. Standing strong in this fight, we are participating in what could be potentially the last march for life under Roe, and I could not be more thrilled. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor and remember Mrs. Shirley Waters of Rome, New York, for her outstanding leadership and service. Sadly, Mrs. Waters passed away this December at the age of 100, leaving a legacy of service and whose impact is felt throughout our entire area. Shirley and her late husband, George Waters, have been devoted pillars of our community. The Waters family has owned and published the Rome Daily Sentinel newspaper since 1928. Shirley served as the vice president until her retirement in 2012. Our family also published a newspaper in Central New York, and I have always been inspired by Shirley's endless energy, good humor, and yes, strong opinions on many subjects, a woman after my own heart. I've always been also been inspired by Shirley's tenacity and commitment to informing our community with depth and integrity, something that the Rome Sentinel has always done throughout its history. In addition to being a publisher, Shirley was a beloved mother of 5 who was active in her church and a member of our local artist community. Shirley's paintings hang in galleries in our region and live on to evoke wonder and inspire serenity to so many. Shirley was also an honored member of the Order of St. Barbara, as well as an honorary member of the Northeast Air Defense Sector. Shirley even helped secure the B-52 bomber displayed in Rome at the entrance to the former Griffiths Air Force Base, which she obtained from the National B-52 Museum Committee. On behalf of our community and those in the news business who are committed to serving the public as true members of the Fourth Estate, we are grateful to Shirley Waters for being our standard bearer. We are also grateful to her for her distinguished service to our community beyond her role as a newspaper publisher. Her legacy will continue to live on in so many important ways, from the great newspaper she leaves, the Rome Daily Sentinel, to her work, which she also loved, to her works of art that are exhibited throughout our region, and her strong belief in our region's greatness and history. My deepest condolences to the Waters family on the loss of this wonderful, venerable wife, mother, grandmother, and tenacious community leader with a wonderful sense of humor. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor Rome Police Chief Kevin Beach, who will retire at the end of January after an incredible career and true devotion to public service. Kevin first joined the Rome Police Department in September of 1994, following in his father's footsteps. Kevin's father, Bruce, also served the department for many years. Kevin showed leadership early on the job and was promoted quickly to the rank of detective after only 6 years. In 2005, Kevin was appointed detective commander and then deputy chief in 2007. In 2008, he was appointed as the youngest police chief in the history of the city of Rome. At just 36, Kevin had served the department for only 14 years, was picked for the top spot because of his exemplary track record and strong leadership skills. Kevin's hard work, dedication, and love for the city was evident every day he was on the job. During his tenure as chief, the department introduced community programs such as Shop with a Cop, Law Enforcement Day, and the creation of a community impact unit. Kevin has also successfully navigated the department through difficult times during the COVID-19 pandemic and the national Defund the Police movement. Kevin, thank you for your lifetime of service and commitment to the city of Rome. We are grateful for your devotion to service on behalf of your community. I also want to thank you for your friendship and sage counsel to me and so many others during your important work as our chief. May you enjoy a productive and healthy retirement. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is often said that law enforcement officers work for a cause, not applause. This is certainly true, and today I'd like to recognize a trooper from the southern tier of New York's 22nd District who deserves our applause. Trooper David Drought went to work on the morning of November 29th with the intent to protect and serve. Yet on that day, Trooper Drought not only protected and served his community, he called on his extensive training to courageously save the life of an unresponsive 2-year-old boy who had choked himself into unconsciousness. Trooper Drought didn't lace up his boots that morning intent on saving a life, but that is exactly what he did. Law enforcement officers do not have the opportunity of choosing who or where or what they encounter each day. They rely on their training and their knowledge and their experiences to respond with honor, courage, and integrity, and of course, compassion to whatever situation may arise. On November 29th, that is exactly what Trooper Drought did. Today, our cause is applause. Applause not just for Trooper Drought, who saved the life of a child, but to all who answer the call to serve. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? God, our Redeemer, Preserver, and Friend, hear our prayers this day as we seek to live our lives in obedience to you. For you have not set us apart from this world, but have placed us into our communities, then sent us into positions of authority so that we would be salt to the earth, to preserve and protect the ideals on which this country was founded, to enhance and uphold the virtues by which this government was formed, to live our lives according to your divine word. May we not take this lightly, this extraordinary opportunity you have given us, or allow our words or actions to become corrosive or damaging in the exercise of our influence. Rather, may our faithfulness to your word serve the purpose of enhancing the lives of those around us and the purposes for which you have sent us. Grant us then together a peaceful relationship, that the salt that we are and the hallowed responsibilities we share together would serve to glorify you. In the gift of your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the last day's proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone is invited to participate. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Law will invest more than $14 billion this year alone in the nation's ports and waterways. In my community, this will provide $10 million to the Times Beach Nature Preserve on Buffalo's Outer Harbor to preserve and improve the natural habitats and parkland. Once a dumping ground for contaminated Buffalo River sludge, today Times Beach is a vibrant 55-acre wildlife and destination for visitors. This funding will support work by the United States Army Corps Buffalo District to fortify the breakwall at Times Beach to help restore public access that was lost in storm damage 2 years ago, and to reduce the influence of that kind of damage from happening in the future. This funding builds on previous federal Great Lakes and infrastructure investments that are transforming Buffalo's waterfront and revitalizing the Western New York community. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. High school athletics play an important role in the lives of so many young people and the communities that they live in, which is why I have a policy of speaking from the floor to congratulate my district's state championship teams. Today, I'm here to honor the Riverheads High School football team, which won the VHSL Class 1 state title last month. Not only did the Gladiators best their opponent by an impressive 45-14 point margin, but this victory marked the team's 6th consecutive state championship, the only football program in VHSL history to accomplish such a feat. And if that weren't monumental enough, the game was also the team's 50th straight win, which is the longest active winning streak in our nation. For the past 26 years, this team has been led by head coach Robert Castro, who has sadly announced that he will be retiring at the end of the school year. Coach Castro's remarkable coaching career comes to an end with an overall record of 59 losses and 261 wins, including 9 state championships. Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure to recognize this talented football team and their remarkable coach. Go Gladiators. I yield back.
Very good. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Request permission to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last year, Democrats passed American Rescue Plan. That provided funding to schools so they could reopen, funding to cities and states so that first responders, the municipal employees and county employees didn't get laid off, and it got stimulus checks to American people. As a result, we were able to have over 6 million jobs created since January 20th and the lowest unemployment rate now in nearly 50 years. However, with the opening of our economies across the world, inflation has happened, including in the United States, and that's why I'm so pleased that the Biden administration has announced $14 billion to go to 500 Army Corps of Engineers projects, including at ports, to help with supply chain issues. By making sure we can move goods faster and easier and to address these supply chain issues, we will reduce the cost of goods. And that was because Democrats also passed the infrastructure law. Democrats have delivered for the people.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask permission to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In a political environment where even Democrats have cited the Biden agenda as fiscal insanity, it's reassuring sanity may be returning with the Democrat Washington Post last Tuesday and Thursday being remarkably sane. On Tuesday, the lead editorial correctly reviewed, quote, President Biden is facing mounting criticism for inflation's rise to its highest level since 1982. Unfortunately, the White House's latest response is to blame greedy businesses. Economists across the political spectrum are rightfully calling out the White House for this foolishness, end of quote. On Thursday, front-page headlines were shocking. Inflation for 2021, highest in 40 years. Trend expected to last for months. Prices become potent political threat to Biden. The Democrat elite think they are smarter than everyone and think Democrat voters and Democrat media are ignorant to believe that trillion-dollar spending costs $0. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America, as sadly we saw with the suicide bomber who attacked the synagogue in Texas on Saturday. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I rise today to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today to honor the life and service of Wayne County Deputy Sheriff Sean Riley. Our communities in Illinois and across the nation continue to mourn the loss of our fallen hero. Deputy Riley was called home to be with the Lord on December 29, 2021. He was on duty, responding to assist a motorist when he was shot and killed. May God continue to comfort this family as they grieve this awful loss. Wayne County Sheriff Odie said the only thing Sean cared about more than being a deputy was his family. Please join me in prayer for the family of Deputy Sean Riley, the Wayne County Sheriff's Department, and our community in Illinois. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the sons of God. Thank you, and I yield back.
Purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman will be recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I rise to stand in solidarity with the many Americans, including my own constituents from Texas's 3rd Congressional District, who are here at our nation's capital to march for the right to life. As a father of 3 wonderful daughters, I know how precious every stage of life is, and I believe it should be protected at every stage. Every year, I am awed by the outpouring of love and passion by so many Texans as they show by traveling to Washington and voicing their support for sanctity of life. Even more, travel to our state capital in Austin to advance the cause in our local communities. Your engagement is humbling, and it gives me faith that we can become the pro-life generation. I urge my colleagues to join me in recognizing the pro-life and faith leaders here at our nation's capital and join in fighting to protect innocent human life. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman... Oh, I'm sorry, where is she? Oh, here she is. Okay. The gentlelady from Georgia seek recognition.
I ask unanimous consent to address the House.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I'm very excited to announce House Resolution 872, which has bipartisanship. The entire Georgia delegation has signed on congratulating the University of Georgia Bulldog football team for winning the 2022 National Collegiate Athletic Association College Football Playoff National Championship. Go Dogs! We're all so excited, and I'm honored to have everyone's signature on this House resolution honoring the University of Georgia and their great championship this year in 2022, and Coach Kirby Smart for leading the team to victory this year. So we just want to continue to share our excitement in Georgia, congratulating the University of Georgia. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to ask for consent for 1 minute speech and rise and consent my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
All right. Madam Speaker, concerned parents have a God-given right to make decisions for their child's best interest, not the federal government, the Biden administration, or teachers' unions. Yet, Education Secretary Cardona colluded with private parties to get the FBI to investigate concerned parents and worked with the National School Boards Association to brand concerned involved as domestic terrorists. In the infamous letter which the Secretary solicited from the National School Board Association, he suggested using the Patriot Act and that the FBI should begin investigating concerned parents at school board meetings. The letter had nothing to do with curriculum. The topic was how to vilify and target parents that disagreed with the narrative. Secretary Cardona has repeatedly denied involvement in the letter, but recently released documents have exposed the truth. These actions show a clear pattern that puts politics over the interests of the parents and especially their children's and their education. Parents are right to be concerned about their kids being taught radical ideologies or exposed to inappropriate materials. Every parent in the nation, regardless of ideology, should be alarmed that the federal government is trying to strip away their rights and use these underhanded methods to try and silence them. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak to the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow marks the one-year anniversary of one-party radical rule in D.C. With Democrats at the helm, Americans have faced one crisis after another, unfortunately. We have the highest inflation in 41 years, supply chain disruptions, workforce shortages in critical industries, spikes in energy costs, record numbers of people and drugs illegally entering our southern border, a surge in crime, national security threats, a series of foreign relation disasters, in my opinion, a mismanagement pandemic, and countless examples of government intrusion into all aspects of our lives. Instead of addressing these problems, Democrats have doubled down on failed policies, have engaged in out-of-control spending, and are trying to control every aspect of American lives. This is not the way forward. I recently asked my constituents one simple question: is your family better off than you were a year ago? Almost 70% of the respondents were no. Fixing that problem should be Congress's main priority. I yield back, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, payments in lieu of taxes, or PILTs, are federal payments to local governments to help offset losses in property taxes due to the presence of a non-taxable federal land within their boundaries. Through my role on the Energy and Commerce Committee, Subcommittee for Appropriations, I've gotten to know the good people of Pike County, Ohio, where the Department of Energy owns 3,700 acres of land where a uranium enrichment plant once operated. And wouldn't you know it, Pike County has one of the highest cancer rates in the state of Ohio, and yet their PILT payment is a paltry $47,000 a year. These are the people who enriched the uranium during the Cold War. They live in southern Ohio, where corporations have gone in, extracted resources, and taken the profits out. And now we need to help this community get the kind of payment that they need. For all the radiation, all the sacrifice that they have made and endured over the years, it's long past time that the federal government increase the PILT payment for Pike County, Ohio. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Venango Area Chamber Citizen of the Year, Dr. David Wagner. Dr. Wagner currently owns and operates the Wagner Family Eye Care in Seneca. He is a graduate of North Clarion High School, Gannon University, and the Pennsylvania College of Optometry. Dr. Wagner continues to be an active citizen of Venango County. He is dedicated to giving back not only in the area, but around the world. He currently serves on the board for the Oil City Rotary Club and the Venango County Association for the Blind, in addition to being involved in his church, Second Presbyterian. Despite staying busy, he finds time to volunteer with other community groups, Mr. Speaker, and mentors young adults in the area. Dr. Wagner continues his service outside of Venango by participating in Through God's Eyes and ZUMC to provide eye care to people in need throughout the world. Congratulations on this tremendous honor, and thank you for your continued dedication to those of Venango County and around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
What's the state? North Carolina seek recognition.
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For a year, the Biden administration has struck out on every jobs report. If this were a baseball game, this administration would have been benched long ago. Economists predicted that 450,000 new jobs would be added in the month of December. But what was the result? A dismal 199,000 jobs were added, the worst report of Joe Biden's presidency. Mr. Speaker, with these kinds of numbers, America's economy and workforce will never recover. No matter how this administration spins these failures, one thing is abundantly clear. You cannot swing, miss, and then claim you've hit a home run. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1192.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1192, an act to impose requirements on the payment of compensation to professional persons employed in voluntary cases, commenced under Title III of the Puerto Rico Oversight Management and Economic Stability Act, commonly known as PROMESA.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, and the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
H.R. 1192, the Puerto Rico Recovery Accuracy Disclosures Act, or PRADA, is common sense legislation that would promote greater transparency and integrity with respect to the ongoing financial reorganization of Puerto Rico. This will be the third time in just over 2 years that the House will vote on this legislation. But, Mr. Speaker, I think the third time will be the charm. In response to dire fiscal issues facing Puerto Rico, at the time, Congress passed the Puerto Rico Oversight, Management, and Economic Stability Act, or PROMESA, in 2016. That legislation established the Financial Oversight and Management Board with control over Puerto Rico's budget, laws, financial plans, and regulations, and the authority to retain professionals to assist the board in executing its responsibilities. Although largely patterned on Chapter 11 of the Bankruptcy Code, PROMESA did not incorporate all the facets of Chapter 11 and other relevant provisions of the Code. Importantly, this includes the Code's mandatory disclosure requirements regarding actual or potential conflicts of interest that professional persons seeking to be retained in a bankruptcy case must make to the court prior to their retention. This bill would close that loophole by conditioning the compensation of professional persons retained under PROMESA under certain disclosures similar to those required under the Bankruptcy Code. Additionally, the bill would require the United States trustee to review these disclosures and to submit comments in response to the court. And it also authorizes the United States trustee to object to compensation requested by professionals. And finally, H.R. 1192 would allow courts to deny compensation for services and reimbursement of expenses if the professional person did not comply with the disclosure requirement, was not a disinterested person, or represented or held an interest adverse to the bankruptcy case. Common sense. The House passed H.R. 1192 last February, and the Senate passed an amended version of the Act last December. The Senate amendments streamline PRADA's reporting requirements, strengthen the incentives for good faith compliance, and clarify other provisions of the Act. Now Puerto Rico's restructuring is drawing to a close, which makes passage of this legislation especially urgent. I thank Representative Velasquez for her leadership in championing this bill and for her relentless dedication to ensuring that the people of Puerto Rico receive fair, efficient, and transparent restructuring processes they deserve. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, which was passed out of the House last year and the year before by unanimous votes, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves her time. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Senate amendment to H.R. 1192, the Puerto Rico Recovery, Accuracy, and Disclosures Act of 2021. In 2016, Puerto Rico was experiencing severe financial pressure from significant debt and related obligations. In response to Puerto Rico's financial distress, Congress enacted the Puerto Rico Oversight, Management, and Economic Stability Act of 2016. That 2016 law created a bankruptcy process for Puerto Rico. Like existing bankruptcy law, in 2016, the law permitted certain professionals working on Puerto Rico's bankruptcy, like lawyers and accountants, to apply to get paid for their services pending judicial approval. But the 2016 law lacks certain disclosure requirements for these professionals that would typically apply to restructuring professionals in other bankruptcy cases. The gap in the 2016 law created the potential for undisclosed conflicts of interest for professionals involved in Puerto Rico's bankruptcy. This bill fills the gap by mandating the necessary disclosure requirements. The bill also establishes a process for overseeing and policing disclosures that bankruptcy professionals make. H.R. 1192 passed the House unanimously in February of 2021. In December, the Senate passed H.R. 1192 with a few minor amendments to improve the bill's administrative abilities. The amendments also enhance the incentives for professionals to make significant efforts to comply with the new disclosure requirements. H.R. 1192 will serve important goals and interests, including the interests of creditors and taxpayers, and Puerto Rico itself. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves the balance of his time. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would now, I'm honored to yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Puerto Rico, Ms. Gonzalez-Colon.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the approval in the House of the Senate amendments to H.R. 1192, the Puerto Rico Recovery, Accuracy, and Disclosures Act. I joined Representative Velasquez to promote this bipartisan and common sense bill to help ensure the restructuring process under PROMESA serves Puerto Rico's interest. Actually, just this week, the plan of the debt was approved by the federal court. So this is perfect timing to approve this bill today. Thought it required some technical corrections, it is satisfying to see this bill has already achieved passage in both chambers. I wish for my colleague, Congressman Velasquez, to be fully recovered in time to see it become law. The intent of this legislation remains the same, and this bill will require any person or firm hired as a legal, financial, or technical staff or consultants for the Financial Oversight Board in the court cases for the restructuring of the Puerto Rico's debt to submit verified disclosures of all connections with debtors, creditors, or other interested parties in the process before being compensated. Our intention is not to exclude people with experience in Puerto Rico's financial transactions from being resources in the restructuring process, but it is essential that their connection to any parties interested in those transactions be known. Conflict of interest or the appearance of conflict of interest can be best avoided if there is accountability and transparency. Anyone working to inform the board's decision or representing it before the court needs to be committed to defending the interests of the people of Puerto Rico first, in accordance with the law and justice. Lack of transparency creates a lack of trust, and this bill will work towards avoiding that by making these disclosures a legal mandate rather than the board's own discretion. Our goal is to reach the day we no longer need the provisions of PROMESA and the Oversight Board, but until that happens, this instrument must be accountable and transparent. I ask my colleagues to support the passage of the Senate amendments to H.R. 1192, the Puerto Rico Recovery, Accuracy, and Disclosures Act, and I thank you and I yield back.
Gentleman from Wisconsin reserves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, we have no further speakers, so we would be prepared to close.
Gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we too have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close. We'll defer to the gentleman.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I would just like to reiterate that I think there's a lot of support in the chamber, and I'd support it as well, and I would yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, H.R. 1192 closes a loophole under current law by establishing disclosure requirements regarding actual or potential conflicts of interest into the bankruptcy process under PROMESA. In doing so, this legislation promotes transparency and accountability in the Puerto Rico restructuring process. I thank my colleague, Representative Velasquez from New York, the author of the bill, for her leadership on this issue, and I strongly urge my colleagues to support this common sense measure. Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1192? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the Senate amendment is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Woman from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S-1404, the Ghost Army Congressional Gold Medal Act, sponsored by Senator Markey.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 1404, an act to award a Congressional Gold Medal to the 23rd Headquarters Special Troops and the 3133rd Signal Service Company, popularly known as the Ghost Army, in recognition of their unique and highly distinguished service in conducting deception operations in Europe during World War II.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks on this legislation and to insert extraneous material thereon.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of Senate Bill 1404, the Ghost Army Congressional Gold Medal Act. I want to thank the gentleman from Massachusetts, Senator Markey, and the gentlewoman from New Hampshire, Congresswoman Custer, for their work on this bill, which honors the resourcefulness, imagination, and artistry of the men of the 23rd Headquarters Special Troops and the 3,133rd Signal Company in conducting deception operations in Europe during World War II. This 1,100-man unit, known collectively as the Ghost Army, was made up of individuals recruited from creative fields, including art schools, theater, and communications companies, advertising agencies. Their mission was to draw upon their creative and artistic talents to lure the German army away from the Allied combat units through a series of tactical deception operations meant to confuse, deceive, and mislead. Following the D-Day landing in France, the Ghost Army undertook a traveling roadshow utilizing fake radio transmissions, inflatable tanks, and theatrical sound and atmospheric effects to misdirect German units away from actual Allied unit locations and toward larger imaginary ones. The artists, architects, and engineers of the Ghost Army were so effective that a later Army analysis of their performance found that, quote, "Rarely, if ever, has there been a group of such few men which had so great an influence on the outcome of a major military campaign," unquote. Yet despite the overwhelming success of the citizen soldiers of the Ghost Army, their contributions remained classified for over 40 years, and their bravery and ingenuity was never formally recognized. This bill honors their unique contributions to the war effort by directing the Mint to strike a gold medal in honor of the Ghost Army. The gold medal shall be given to the Smithsonian Institution, where it will be available for display and serve as recognition of the incredible service of the men of the Ghost Army during World War II. I thank Mr. Markey and Ms. Custer for their work on this bill, and I urge members to vote yes. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in support of S-1404, the Ghost Army Congressional Gold Medal Act, the Senate version of H.R. 707, which the House passed in May of 2021. The Ghost Army, comprised of the 23rd Headquarters Special Troops, is renowned for creating large-scale deception operations capable of pulling Axis forces away from the actual movements of the Allied forces. During the early phases of World War II, the 23rd Division mastered their skill of deception by studying unit atmosphere and collecting materials for their new special effects tactics. Knowing that the enemy ground agents looked for vehicle bumper markings, Allied shoulder patches, and well-defined checkpoints, the 23rd collected shoulder patches for phony major generals, created realistic inflatable vehicles and artillery, and even recorded the sounds of heavy machinery movements to sell their deception. They built their own modern-day Trojan horse, down to the last detail. The Ghost Army, unlike many other units, was comprised of civilian soldiers with a proclivity for art, architecture, acting, set design, and engineering. As Jack Massey, who was recruited into the Ghost Army at age 18, remembered, "We were told we were going to be using inflatable equipment to try and fool the Germans into thinking that we were a real army, when in effect, I suppose, a rubber army. Anyone who has watched History Channel World War II documentary has undoubtedly seen the Ghost Army in action. The historic videos and Herculean photos of 4 men holding a tank over their heads is a testament to the Ghost Army's ingenuity and bravery during World War II. The 23rd did not limit their deception to the battlefield. In fact, on numerous occasions, ghosters were dispatched to French cafes near the front of the war to order some omelets and talk loose among the spies who might be there. The 23rd would go to great lengths to cause chaos and confusion, and they succeeded. Mr. Speaker, recognizing these true American heroes hits close to home for me, as the 77 Ghost Army veterans originated from the great state of Kentucky. There is no doubt the Ghost Army saved thousands of lives during World War II. Their unique and highly distinguished service during this great war should be recognized with a Congressional Gold Medal. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I thank my colleague, Ms. Custer, for her leadership on this, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I now yield 4 minutes and 30 seconds to the gentlewoman from New Hampshire, Ms. Custer.
The gentlewoman from New Hampshire is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a group of veterans who have gone unrecognized for far too long. In World War II, top secret units known as the Ghost Army used combat deception to literally fool the Nazis. Their mission was to divert enemy forces away from American combat units so that our troops face less resistance. This required creativity and a special kind of courage. Whereas a typical American unit had tanks made of steel, the Ghost Army, as you've heard from my colleague, Mr. Barr and Ms. Dean, built tanks made of rubber and wood. Using inflatable equipment and sonic deception, the Ghost Army made it appear as if there were tens of thousands of combat troops when there were really none. If the Germans had ever discovered this ruse, the Ghost Army would have been annihilated. But throughout the war, the Ghost Army took this risk, and using their creativity and artistic talents, played a decisive role in Allied combat operations. As Mr. Barr noted, in evaluating the performance of these units after World War II, an Army analysis found rarely, if ever, has there been a group of such few men who had such great an influence on the outcome of a major military campaign. And I might note that was the campaign that turned the tide of World War II. To this day, combat deception units in the Army learn about the tactics that were used by the Ghost Army so many years ago. In this sense, the brave actions of the Ghost Army still are keeping Americans safe to this day. The Ghost Army's combat deceptions were so effective that the Army kept them classified for over 40 years after the war. And because of this classification, the great men of the Ghost Army were never properly recognized for their heroism and contributions to defeating fascism in Europe. Mr. Speaker, as noted, the House passed the Ghost Army Congressional Gold Medal Act that I introduced last spring. And now the Senate is asking passage of the companion bill S-1404 introduced by Mr. Markey. This would right the wrong by awarding the Congressional Gold Medal to members, those living members of the Ghost Army, and we will recognize the families of those who have passed. I'm proud that 75 years after their service, the Ghost Army is finally getting some of the recognition it earned. I also want to take a moment to recognize the contributions of so many individuals in getting this bill over the finish line. First, I want to thank my colleague, Representative Stewart, and his staff for dedicating themselves to this bill. I also want to recognize a good friend of mine, Rick Beyer, and Roy Eichhorn. These two historians helped rediscover the Ghost Army story and share it with the world. And finally, I want to recognize all of the members of the Ghost Army Legacy Project. This coalition, made up largely of family members of Ghost Army veterans, worked tirelessly to help me and Representative Stewart secure the 290 House co-sponsors necessary to pass this bill. It's a testament to this institution that a handful of passionate citizens, without the help of any special interest groups or lobbyists, can build the support necessary to send this legislation to President Biden's desk. So it's fitting that we pass this bill today. Of the more than 16 million Americans who served in World War II, barely more than 240,000 are still alive, including just 9 members of the Ghost Army. We should never forget the contributions of the Ghost Army and all the service members in World War II to preserve democracy around the world. This is personal for me because my father, Malcolm McLean, was a fighter pilot and a POW during World War II. While today we rightfully single out the brave actions of the Ghost Army, I hope we also take a moment to remember all our World War II veterans. In closing, I want to note what made the Ghost Army special was not just their extraordinary courage, but their creativity. Their story reminds us that listening to unconventional ideas like using visual and sound deception can help us solve existential challenges like defeating tyranny. I encourage my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close. I reserve the balance of my time until Mr. Barr yields back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I thank my friend and colleague from Pennsylvania. I thank my friend and colleague from New Hampshire, and I would just reiterate the significance of the Ghost Army, and I thank my colleagues for recognizing these extraordinary members of the greatest generation and their contributions, their significant contributions to our country. So I urge my colleagues to support S1404, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky yields the balance of his time. Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time. On a personal note, I would like to recognize First Lieutenant Bernard Mason, who is mentioned in the text of this bill, for his leadership in leading the 16-man detachment of the 23rd Headquarters Special Troops during the invasion of Normandy. Lieutenant Mason was a constituent of mine before his passing, and his wife and children still live in my district. I want to thank them for Lieutenant Mason's life and service, and today we are finally honoring his service and those of his brothers in arms in perpetuity. The stories of the creativity and innovation displayed by the members of the Ghost Army during World War II read like something straight out of a Hollywood blockbuster script. The only thing missing is a Hollywood ending where the brave members of the Ghost Army are finally recognized for their life-saving contributions to defeating the Axis powers during World War II. This bill ensures official recognition for this heroic group of citizen soldiers and their unique contributions to the war effort. I thank Mr. Markey and Ms. Custer, the lead sponsor of the House version of this bill, for ensuring that the stories of these men of the Ghost Army receive the recognition they deserve. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania yields the balance of her time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 1404? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill Senate 452, the Willie O'Ree Congressional Gold Medal Act, sponsored by Senator Stabenow.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 452, an act to award a Congressional Gold Medal to Willie O'Ree in recognition of his extraordinary contributions and commitment to hockey, inclusion, and recreational opportunity.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks on this legislation and to insert extraneous material thereon.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of S452, the Willie O'Ree Congressional Gold Medal Act. I want to thank the gentlewoman from Michigan, Senator Stabenow, and the gentleman from Illinois, Representative Quigley, for their work on this bill, which honors Willie O'Ree, a trailblazer for diversity and inclusion in sports and the first black player in the National Hockey League. Born in 1935 in the predominantly white town of Fredericton, New Brunswick, Canada, O'Ree made a name for himself as a standout athlete in both ice hockey and baseball. At age 21, he was being scouted by professional baseball teams in the United States. However, upon experiencing racial discrimination and the effects of segregation firsthand while in the South for minor league tryouts, he shifted his focus solely to ice hockey. In 1958, at age 22, O'Ree was called up to play professionally as a winger for the NHL Boston Bruins, and in doing so, became the first black professional ice hockey player in the league. Despite being blind in one eye from an injury during his time as an amateur hockey player and enduring racist attacks from hockey fans and players alike, O'Ree persevered and continued to play professional hockey for 22 years. In 1996, the National Hockey League hired O'Ree as its first ever diversity ambassador, which set out to transform the predominantly white sport of ice hockey by providing greater access and opportunity for children of all races, ethnicities, and origins. O'Ree has personally devoted thousands of hours to Hockey is for Everyone, programs which provide community outreach and support for youth participants to partake in physical fitness and live out hockey's core values of commitment, discipline, and respect for your teammates, coaches, and parents. In 2018, 60 years after O'Ree first broke the color barrier for ice hockey, he was inducted into the NHL Hockey Hall of Fame in recognition of his long-standing support for greater access and diversity in the sport. This bill honors O'Ree's trailblazing legacy both on and off the ice. I thank Ms. Stabenow and Mr. Quigley for their work on this bill and urge members to vote yes. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in support of S. 452, the Willie O'Ree Congressional Gold Medal Act. Willie O'Ree's story is one of determination and perseverance, one of the greatest qualities a human being can have. Willie, born October 15, 1935, was the youngest of 13 children of parents Rosebud and Harry O'Ree. The O'Ree family was one of only 2 black families that lived in Fredericton, New Brunswick. Willie is a descendant of Paris O'Ree, a slave who escaped servitude in South Carolina in the late 1700s at only 15 years old. When he was 3, Willie fashioned skates out of wooden blocks with metal blades attached to the bottom and took to his frozen lawn in the backyard. He had a knack for skating. 2 years later, at age 5, Willie began to play organized hockey. Many refer to Willie as the Jackie Robinson of hockey. Interestingly, at Dodger Stadium in 1949, 2 years after Robinson broke baseball's color barrier, a 14-year-old O'Ree had the opportunity to meet his hero. In one interview, Willie recalls that as Robinson made his way down to the receiving line, Willie waited patiently, and when his turn arrived, he spoke to Jackie and said, "I'm a baseball player, but what I really love is hockey." Robinson replied, quote, "Oh, I didn't know black kids played hockey," unquote. Nearly 9 years later, on January 18th, 1958, Willie put on a Boston Bruins uniform for a game against the Montreal Canadiens and became the first black player in NHL history. From 1958 to 1961, O'Ree played in 45 games for the Bruins, all while hiding a secret that he was, in fact, blind in one eye. Willie paved the way for a new generation of hockey players. Wayne Simmons of the Toronto Maple Leafs was quoted as saying, "Willie set the table for everyone else to eat, and he did it all with dignity and class. I used to think about Willie's story whenever teachers or hockey parents or coaches would laugh at my dream of making it to the NHL." Willie's story did not end after he left the ice. 17 years after he retired from professional hockey, the NHL hired O'Ree as their first ever diversity ambassador. This role put Willie in a position to grow the sport by providing access, opportunity, and motivation for children of all races, ethnicities, origins, and abilities. In November of 2018, O'Ree was inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame, and just last night, 64 years to the day of his historic entrance into the league, his number 22 jersey was raised to the rafters in TD Garden and retired. An act of ultimate recognition of what a player means to a franchise, a fan base, and a community. Mr. Speaker, Willie O'Ree forever changed the sport of hockey. His determination and perseverance should be recognized with a Congressional Gold Medal. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to now yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 2 days ago, our country took time to celebrate the life of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., and reflect on the ongoing effort to ensure racial equality in America. It is fitting, then, that today this body considers legislation to honor the life of Willie O'Ree, who, like Dr. King, was on the front lines of racial integration in America and has dedicated his life to the ideals of diversity and inclusion. In 1958, Willie O'Ree integrated the sport of hockey by becoming the first black player in the National Hockey League. Well known are the stories of barrier-breaking athletes like Jackie Robinson in baseball or Bill Russell in basketball. Mr. O'Ree's story is less known. He was born in Canada, the youngest of 13 children. His grandfather, Paris O'Ree, escaped slavery in South Carolina and fled to Canada. Growing up in Canada, he quickly developed both a love and talent for hockey. During his early years playing hockey, he was blinded in one eye by a stray puck. However, this setback did not deter him from his dream of playing professional hockey. A few years later, he finally got the call to play in the NHL with the Bruins, becoming the first black player to do so. But the road ahead was not easy. During his time playing for the Bruins, he endured racist slurs by fans and opposing teams. He suffered illegal hits and rough treatment constantly. But still, that was not enough to deter him. He remained committed to playing hockey and would do so for 22 years in the NHL and the minor leagues. Think about that. He played 22 years of professional hockey while enduring racism and bigotry, and only having vision in one eye. Willie never intended to stop the fight for inclusion in the league once he left playing hockey. After hanging up his skates, he became the NHL's diversity ambassador, a role he continues to this day. In the 1990s, he established the Hockey is for Everyone initiative to offer marginalized and underrepresented children an opportunity to play hockey and develop important life skills. Since its inception, 120,000 children have participated in this program. After his remarkable career on and off the ice, he began to receive the recognition he deserved. In 2018, he was inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame, and just last night, his jersey was retired by the Boston Bruins. It has been my honor to know Willie over the past decade and help lead this bill to award him a Congressional Gold Medal. I am thankful to my colleagues, Representative Higgins, Presley, Emmer, and Katko, who led this legislation in the House, and Senators Stabenow and Scott, who helped in the Senate. When I was young, my heroes were hockey players. They were talented, strong, and skilled. They taught me many things. And at the time, they were all white. Willie fought this his entire life. He fought to change that during and after his career. Hockey, the sports world, and our country are better off because of his efforts. I had no idea that the year I was born, Willie O'Ree broke the color barrier in hockey, and it wasn't until years later when I had the honor of meeting him that I learned that my own heroes from the Chicago Blackhawks and their fans gave him some of the harshest treatment during his time in the NHL. But his life has been a true testament to those values I learned as a young hockey fan. strength, courage, and perseverance, even in the face of tremendous odds. He is a true gift to our country, to the sport, and I and so many others love. Awarding him the Congressional Gold Medal will serve as a small but important token of our country's gratitude. Thank you, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield as much time as he may consume to a member of Congress who not only played collegiate hockey and is a hockey dad and spent over 20 years as a hockey coach. He's one of the best fans of the game of hockey in the United States Congress, the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer.
Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, a little over the top. I rise today in support of S-452, the Willie O'Ree Congressional Gold Medal Act, and to recognize the incredible impact that Willie O'Ree has had on our great sport of hockey. Willie etched his name into the history books in 1958 when he became one of the select few, and it is a very few, who got called up from the minors to play for the National Hockey League, in the National Hockey League for the Boston Bruins. Willie broke down racial barriers for sure. He would go on to play for more than 24 seasons as a professional hockey player, despite facing countless challenges on and off the ice. But Willie O'Ree remains a trailblazer for many. But his contributions certainly did not end after his retirement from his playing career in 1979. As we've heard, in 1996, he became the NHL's diversity ambassador. In this capacity, he established the Hockey is for Everyone initiative to create a culture of inclusivity and provide an opportunity for disadvantaged children across this country and North America to play the game. His work continues even to this day to reinvigorate and grow the great sport of hockey while setting an example for underrepresented communities here at home and on an international level. As the NHL and teams across the country finally recognize Willie O'Ree's incredible contributions to hockey, today is Congress's opportunity to honor a true legend of the game that is loved and enjoyed by millions. Remember, we know that hockey was given to us directly from God because it is played on ice, which can only exist in heaven. And I'm proud to co-lead this long overdue effort, and I urge all my colleagues in the House of Representatives to honor this icon of our God-given sport by voting yes on S-452, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I continue to reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to now yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley.
The gentlewoman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of our bill, the Willie O'Ree Congressional Gold Medal Act, legislation which honors the historic career and life of service of the one and only Willie O'Ree. With today's vote in the People's House, we honor a giant, and it has been an honor to be a steward in this effort. Willie is a trailblazer, an icebreaker, a hero and activist whose powerful story is unknown to too many. That ends here today. We change that. 64 years ago, in the midst of the fight to end Jim Crow, Willie O'Ree made history with the Boston Bruins by becoming the first black player to play in the National Hockey League. A descendant of enslaved people who escaped the horrors of slavery through the Underground Railroad, Willie was born and raised in New Brunswick, Canada, and was the youngest of 13 children. His love of the game began at the young age of 3, where he earned his stripes playing alongside his older siblings. Known as the Jackie Robinson of hockey, Willie played 45 games in the NHL and spent more than 2 decades playing professional hockey, all while hiding the fact that he was nearly completely blind in one eye. Willie O'Ree was a young and fast left winger, but he could not outskate the racist backlash in response to his desegregating the National Hockey League. As the sole black player in the NHL at the time, Willie endured relentless bigotry, racism, discrimination, and even violence from fans and players, both on and off the ice. And despite it all, Willie embodied resilience, grace, dignity, and never gave up on the determination to live out his dream. In the decades following his historic career on the ice, Willie has spent his time paying it forward to the next generation of icebreakers. As the NHL's Director of Youth Development and a Diversity Ambassador, he has worked to increase opportunities for young black and brown players so that they too can take their rightful place in the big league. In 2018, Willie was formally inducted into the NHL Hall of Fame, and while his time with the Boston Bruins was short, his legacy lives on to this very day. Earlier this week, Mayor Michelle Wu declared January 18th in the city of Boston Willie O'Ree Day, marking the momentous day 64 years ago when Willie hit the ice and changed the game forever. Just yesterday, the Boston Bruins formally retired Willie's number 22 jersey, raising it up in the rafters at the Garden alongside other Bruins legends. Mr. Speaker, Black history is American history. And today, we salute an American hero and inspiration. Willie demonstrates for us the power of holding on to one's dreams. An ice and ceiling breaker. I would like to thank my esteemed colleagues, Representatives Quigley, Kako, and Emmer for their partnership, and the 290 colleagues who co-sponsored this piece of legislation in order to get it across the finish line. My team and I have been working diligently, pushing and organizing since 2019, and this work would not have been possible without the support and partnership of the longtime grassroots activists who organized to ensure that Willie, who took up space, who created space, now takes his rightful space in our history books. The Congressional Gold Medal is Congress's highest expression of national appreciation and recognition. With this honor, Willie will join history makers like Jackie Robinson, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and Coretta Scott King, and the Tuskegee Airmen. Incredible company for an incredible man.
I yield the gentlewoman an additional minute.
Willie O'Ree, now at the age of 86 years young, today, Willie O'Ree, we give you your flowers. Go Bruins.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would just like to once again reiterate the significance of this Congressional Gold Medal. Willie O'Ree not only forever changed the sport of hockey, but he truly helped change the history of this country. His determination and perseverance, his trailblazing spirit should be recognized with a Congressional Gold Medal, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I'm now pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Higgins.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of S-452, the Willie O'Ree Congressional Gold Medal Act. Willie O'Ree, which has been already said, was a trailblazer for hockey both on and off the ice. He was to the National Hockey League what Jackie Robinson was to Major League Baseball. As the first black player in the National Hockey League, he endured racism, bigotry, and prejudice from both players and fans. Despite this, he played more than 2 decades in the National Hockey League and in the minor leagues, developing his skills, later becoming the National Hockey League's Diversity Ambassador. Willie O'Ree broke down historic barriers and paved the way for young athletes in marginalized communities. In 2012, he visited my community for the Willie O'Ree Skills Weekend, hosted by the National Hockey League Buffalo Sabres. Today, we honor his dedication to improving diversity and accessibility in sports, which makes him most deserving of this high honor. He is an inspiration to all athletes, and particularly to young athletes of color in Western New York and throughout the nation. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time. Willie O'Ree is often referred to as the, quote, Jackie Robinson of ice hockey, unquote, for helping to end racial segregation in the National Hockey League. Yet O'Ree's positive impact on the sport of ice hockey goes far beyond his role in ending racial segregation in the sport. This bill honors O'Ree for both his barrier-breaking role and his decades of championing diversity and greater youth access to the sport. I thank Ms. Stabenow and Mr. Quigley, the lead sponsor of the House version of the bill, and for our other colleagues who worked so hard on this bill, for ensuring that Mr. O'Ree and his trailblazing legacy of sportsmanship and inclusion receive the recognition he so richly deserves. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania yields the balance of her time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 452? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative,
I request the yeas and nays.
pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Ms. Roybal Allard, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote yes on S452.
What purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree of Maine, the only state in the United States whose name has one syllable, I inform the House that Ms. Pingree will vote yes on S 452. As a member designated by Ms. Bass of California, home to the hottest, driest, and lowest national park in the country, Death Valley, Ms. Bass will vote yes on S 452. And as the member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, whose state reptile is the alligator, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on S 452.
Purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Boyle of the Keystone State, I inform the House that Representative Boyle will vote aye on S 452.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mann of Kansas, I inform the House that Mr. Mann will vote yea on S 452.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Reed of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Reed of New York will vote yea on concurring to the Senate Amendment H.R. 1192.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Stewart of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Stewart will vote yea on S 452.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Reed of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Reed of New York will vote yea on S-452.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yea on S-452.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As member designated by Chairman David Scott, Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren, Representative Strickland, and Representative Troy Carter, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S-452.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, the following members vote yes on S-452, Trone of Maryland, DeFazio of Oregon.
What state? What purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hagedorn of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Hagedorn will be voting yes on S-452.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeGette of Colorado and Ms. McCullum of Minnesota, I inform the House that Ms. DeGette and Ms. McCullum will vote yes on S-452.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Fletcher, I inform the House that Ms. Fletcher will vote yes on S-452.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, I inform the House that Chairwoman Waters will vote yes on S-452.
Does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Bush, I inform the House that Ms. Bush will vote yea on S-452.
Maryland. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rupersberger of Maryland, I inform the House that Mr. Rupersberger will vote aye on S-452. As the member designated by Mr. Welch of Vermont, I inform the House that Mr. Welch will vote aye on S-452. As the member designated by Mr. Pocan of Wisconsin, I inform the House that Mr. Pocan will vote aye on S-452. As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal of Washington State, I inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote aye on S-452.
Does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Moore of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Moore will vote yea on S-452.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Doggett of Texas, I rise to inform the House that Mr. Doggett will vote aye on S-452.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Louis Gomer of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gomer will vote yea on S-452.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Albio Series of New Jersey, Mr. Donald Payne of New Jersey, Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman of New Jersey, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick of Arizona, and Mr. Jerry Nadler of New York, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S-452.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Rogers of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Rogers will vote yea on S-452.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Demings, Mr. Christ, and Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S-452.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, great state of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yes on S 452.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fortenberry of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Fortenberry will vote yes on S 452.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Schreier, I inform the House that Ms. Schreier will vote yes on S 452. Hello, birthday lady. Hey, is Jason driving or taking the train?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona and Ms. Ocasio-Cortez of New York, I inform the House that they will vote yes on S 452.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Kilmer of Washington, I inform the House that Mr. Kilmer will vote yea on S 452.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Snyder of Illinois, Ms. Titus of Nevada, and Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Snyder, Mr. Doyle, and Ms. Titus will vote aye on S 452.
Does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Carolyn Maloney of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Maloney will vote yea on S 452.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote yes on S 452.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Timmons from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote yes on S452.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lee of California pursuant to H-Res 8, inform the House that Ms. Lee will vote yea on S-452.
For what purpose does the lady from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Brownlee and Ms. Mang, I inform the House that Ms. Brownlee and Ms. Mang will vote yes on S452.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Grace Napolitano, Jim Costa, Vicente Gonzalez, Filemon Vela, Juan Vargas, Raul Ruiz, and Henry Cuellar, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S452.
Virginia. For what purpose does the lady from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S452.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Joyce of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on S452.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Blumenauer of Oregon, Mr. Lowenthal of California, Mr. DeSaulnier of California, and Mr. Cohen of Tennessee, I inform the House that those 4 members will vote yes on S 452.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As member designated by Mr. Kildee, I inform the House that Mr. Kildee will vote aye on S 452.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Donalds pursuant to House Resolution 8.1 S 452, Mr. Donalds will vote yea.
Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Dwight Evans of Pennsylvania's 3rd District, and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on S 452, the Willie O'Ree Congressional Gold Medal Act.
For what purpose does the lady from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Chu, Ms. Frankel, Ms. Hayes, and Ms. Velasquez, I inform the House that those members will vote yes on S 452.
Purpose does the lady from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bobby Rush of Chicago, I inform the House that Congressman Rush will vote yes on Senate Bill 452.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Moore of Wisconsin, and for that, Ms. Moore will vote yes on S 452.
For what purpose does the lady from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Donalds of the Sunshine State, I inform the House that Mr. Donalds will vote yay on S 452.
Have all members On this vote, the yeas are 426 and the nays are 0. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Oh, do I do this one first? What purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the House Republican Conference, I send to the desk privilege resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 875, resolved that the following named member be and is hereby elected to the following standing committee of the House of Representatives, Committee on Ways and Means, Mr. Murphy of North Carolina.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to address the House for 1 minute and request permission to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on November 12th, Medicare announced the largest Part B premium increase in the history of the Medicare program, 14%. This could not come at a worse time in terms of, again, the cost of living that many seniors are facing. Looking closely at that decision, one of the driving factors was the projected cost of the drug Aduhelm, which was priced at $56,000 per year for Alzheimer's patients who were, again, very excited about the possibility of getting the benefit of that drug. But the cost of that drug was one of the big driving forces for a 14% rate increase. On December 20th, the Biogen, the manufacturer, cut the cost of that drug from $56,000 to $28,000. About 2 weeks ago, Secretary Becerra correctly instructed the actuaries at Medicare to go back and try and recalculate the Medicare Part B premium to see if there was a way to get some relief for seniors from that 14% rate increase. Today, 31 members of the House Democratic Caucus are sending a letter to Secretary Becerra, again, applauding his decision and strongly advocating that Medicare go back in and recalculate that rate increase, which will provide tremendous assistance for seniors at exactly the time that they need it. I yield back.
Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Request permission to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks as necessary.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor Lieutenant Mark Tochterman, who is retiring from the Bay County Sheriff's Department after 23 years. He also served his country for 22 years in the Navy before that. During his time in the Sheriff's Office, Lieutenant Tochterman assisted my office, Representatives Gwen Graham, and Steve Sutherland's office as well. Mark served as the regional coordinator for the Special Olympics Law Enforcement Torch Run and the vice president of the Defenders Motorcycle Club. He has a heart of gold. He's a doting father, a loving husband to his wife, Virginia, and additionally a dear friend to me and everyone on my staff. Though we're sad that he is retiring, we're proud of the impact he has made on our community. Thank you, Lieutenant Tochterman. We're all grateful for your service. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and rise my remarks as needed.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in solidarity with the Jewish community, with Jewish parents, with our rabbis, people who are still reeling in the aftermath of yet another attack on one of their houses of worship. Anti-Semitism is real and growing, and it is a threat to our neighbors and to our collective conscience as a country. Paired with near unfettered access to firearms, spaces for online hate to fester, and the echo of xenophobic dog whistles from our nation's highest offices, it has and can cost us American lives. We have failed when our educators and faith leaders need to supplement their daily duties with violence intervention rehearsals. We have failed when our students and congregants need to calculate exit plans upon entering classrooms and sanctuaries. And we have failed when we fear of the next attack that impedes our neighbors' ability to practice their faith. To the Jewish community of Michigan's 11th District and beyond, I see you, I am here for you, and I will continue to do my part to uproot intolerance and hate wherever it grows. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Lieutenant Jason Maloney and the South Lake Fire Department for their selfless acts of service to protect our state during the recent wildland fire deployments. Over the holiday season, South Lake Fire Department personnel took part in 2 different deployments as part of the Texas Interstate Fire Mutual Aid System to assist with wildland fires in the Texas Panhandle. The fire covered nearly 24,000 acres and stretched 23 miles long. South Lake Fire Department Lieutenant Jason Maloney fearlessly served as the strike team leader of a specially trained team, which included 5 wild brushland trucks and a command vehicle. During the second deployment, the strike team was deployed on January 4th and was safely demobilized on January 9th. While Lieutenant Maloney was on the front line, his wife Velvet worked tirelessly treating COVID-19 patients as a respiratory therapist and taking care of their 2 young children. Both Jason and Velvet served to protect our state and sacrificed time at home during the holidays as a family. Thank you, Lieutenant Maloney and the entire South Lake Fire Department for your dedication, bravery, providing world-class service to our community. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to thank Joe Biden, President Joe Biden, and the majority here with some of our Republican friends who passed the bipartisan infrastructure legislation not long ago. The Biden administration just announced this morning $750 million of investment in the Great Lakes region, an awesome amount to take care of projects that had been sitting on the shelf for over a quarter century. For the modernization of the Sioux locks, we could not conduct war without those locks being operational, and they've sat around with no investment. God bless Joe Biden for his patriotism to this country, and also for what is going to happen at Brandon Locks, south of Chicago, with the barrier that will be built so the Asian carp don't get into the entire Great Lakes and eat up all of our native species. $750 million in the Great Lakes today. What a phenomenal intergenerational announcement. Thank you to all the members who supported that important legislation, and thank you to Joe Biden, the President of the United States. I yield.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Louisiana seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor Councilman Harry Silver, a truly distinguished public servant, as he marks his 100th birthday. Harry Silver served the people of Alexandria, Louisiana, on the City Council for more than 15 years before stepping down 11 months ago at age 99. At an age where most people are slowing down and taking it a bit easy, Harry stepped up to serve, wanting to give back to the community that he called home. After his initial appointment in 2005, the people of Alexandria re-elected Harry to the council 4 times. At the time of his retirement, Harry was both the oldest active elected official in the United States and the oldest elected official in Louisiana history. In his farewell message to the city, he said, "Whether you or your parents, grandparents, or great-grandparents agreed with me or not over the years, I hope everyone agrees that I acted only as I felt was best for our mutual home." That, Madam Speaker, is all that we can ask of a public servant. We are honored and proud to salute Harry Silver of Alexandria, Louisiana on his 100th birthday. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Over the past weekend, the Democratic Party in my home state published a graphic saying that public schools do not exist to serve the parents of those students. And rightfully, there was an outcry before they took it down and disavowed what they posted. Parents absolutely have the right to know what their kids are learning, and over the past year and a half, they've been fighting back against administrators and unions who have kept students out of the classroom. When public schools teachers in Chicago went on strike earlier this month, the phones ran off the hook at the city's private schools as parents finally had had enough, search for classroom opportunities for their kids. Support for parental involvement in education and for school choice has risen over the past year, and my colleagues and I will soon be introducing a resolution to honor National School Choice Week that will be next week from January 23rd through January 29th. Parents and students should be given every opportunity to find a classroom where the kids can attend in person, see their friends, and learn directly from a teacher. Thank you, and I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, we might be starting a new year, but so far the problems remain the same. This week marks the 1-year anniversary of Joe Biden being sworn in as President of the United States, and of course, also the 1-year anniversary of one-party, far-left Democrat rule in Washington. The past year was one of unprecedented crises as a direct result. The American people face an economic crisis, an energy crisis, a border crisis, an education crisis, a crime crisis, a COVID-19 crisis, and a national security crisis as a direct result of Joe Biden and congressional Democrats' failed leadership and their far-left socialist agenda. In this hour, a cross-section of my Republican colleagues will address and highlight these issues as we stand for the opposite policies, and we are very anxious to be returned to the majority so that we can solve these ongoing dilemmas. Madam Speaker, I am delighted to yield first to the gentleman from Texas, Dr. Babbitt.
Thank you so very much, the gentleman from Louisiana, and my good friend right across the Sabine River from me in my district in Texas. No president has ever had a worse first year in office than Joe Biden. And sadly, his deteriorating 42% approval rating perfectly mirrors the deteriorating state of our country. We are facing crises on nearly every front, and our commander-in-chief, who, by the way, is responsible for creating each and every one of these crises, is doing absolutely nothing to stop them. However, the most threatening of these concerns is still the unmitigated disaster that is raging at our southern border. More than 1.7 million illegal alien apprehensions happened under Biden's watch last year, and those are just the ones that we caught. Instead of securing our borders, this administration spent all of 2021 sweeping the rule of law under the rug and using the cover of darkness to fly thousands of unvetted and un-COVID-tested illegal aliens across the country to be released into our neighborhoods. How many more innocent women and children need to be assaulted, raped, and trafficked? How many more Americans need to overdose on Chinese fentanyl that is being smuggled across the border? How many more terrorists need to be caught trying to infiltrate our nation? What level of threat do we need to reach to finally garner some action from this president? Americans are tired of paying for this administration's ignorance and political games. This is a new year, Mr. President. Use it wisely. It's past time that you live up to the oath that you swore. I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. There are so many crises, it's hard for us to keep count. We'll yield next to my dear friend from the state of Indiana, Ms. Walorski. 2 minutes.
I thank my friend for yielding. This week, our nation is making a solemn anniversary, 49 years since the deadly Roe v. Wade decision. For nearly half a century, pro-life Americans have been standing strong to defend precious human life and the most vulnerable among us. Right now, we're facing some tough challenges. Under the current one-party rule in Washington, Americans are witnessing unprecedented attacks on pro-life protections across the country. Time and time again, I've come to this floor to oppose Democrats' radical anti-life agenda. As many times as it takes, I will stand here to reject the attacks on life, and I'll vote no on taxpayer-funded services, including the wicked proposal to permit abortion on demand at any time, bankrolled by the American people. These are dark days in this country. At the same time, we have so much to be happy and hopeful for as we look at this new year. The Supreme Court, including my fellow Hoosier Justice Amy Coney Barrett, is currently considering the most significant challenge to Roe v. Wade since 1973. This could be the final anniversary that we stand here and proclaim under Roe v. Wade. For 5 decades, we've been in a long battle against abortion, and this is the time to restore the dignity of life and protect life once and for all. As a pro-life lawmaker, I'm proud to stand alongside millions of Americans in Indiana and across the country who believe in the inherent value of life. Our enduring commitment to life and the truth will prevail. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, dear friend, and you're exactly right. The sanctity of human life is one of the central principles that the country is founded upon, and it does get darkest before the dawn. There is hope on the horizon. Madam Speaker, I'm delighted to yield next. From Indiana, we'll go to New Jersey. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Vice Chair, thank you for yielding and thank you for your leadership. The President's most important job is to lead and protect our country. Yet time and again, all we have seen from President Biden is a failure to lead. Biden's handling of Afghanistan led to the death of 13 American service members and left hundreds more abandoned. This was a failure to lead. Biden's handling of the border has been a disaster, with more than 2 million illegal immigrants being apprehended at our border. This was a failure to lead. Biden failed to shut down COVID-19 and has allowed more Americans to die from this disease despite widespread access to vaccines. This was a failure to lead. Inflation is at a 40-year high. Supply chains are crippled, and labor shortages have hindered an economic recovery. This has been a failure to lead. Soft on crime policy has resulted in 16 of America's largest cities to suffer from new highs in homicide rates and a 115% increase on attacks against our law enforcement officials. All while President Biden and House Democrats demand to defund our police. This has been a failure to lead. This is not the America I know. The America I know is strong, and it deserves a strong leader, not the worst president in our history, not one that continues time and again to fail to lead. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Van Drew. And those are not just Republican talking points. Politico had a story this morning. They asked Americans in a nationwide poll to give the president a letter grade, and 37% of Americans give him an F. 85% or more of Republicans, but also, they say, an alarming number of Democrats give a D or an F grade. So you're exactly right. It is a failure. An F minus, says Mr. True. Madam Speaker, I am delighted next to yield to my good friend from the state of Tennessee, Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's the great state of Tennessee. For the last year, Joe Biden and the Democrats have completely controlled our government in Washington, Madam Speaker. Their first order of business when they took power was to ram through Congress almost $2 trillion in federal spending under the so-called American Rescue Plan. When this bill became law last March, Democrats said it was necessary to fight the coronavirus. 10 months later, our country is still dealing with the same problems Democrats claimed their bills would solve. COVID tests are sold out at drugstores, and testing centers have hour-long lines. Not even Kamala Harris can give a straight answer about when Americans will see the at-home test kits. Is it this week? Is it next week? Is it sometime in the future? I don't think she knows. We have overwhelmed hospitals that are struggling to treat patients due to staffing shortages. Corrupt teachers' unions are forcing students out of the classroom and bullying parents. Businesses of all sizes and across industries cannot find enough workers to keep up with the demand. The American Rescue Plan failed miserably to address or prevent these issues, Madam Speaker. That's because it mostly focused on funding liberal special interests instead of targeted pandemic relief. This whole debacle confirmed two things. Congress cannot spend its way out of a problem, and Democrats will always use a crisis to advance their political agenda. Joe Biden promised to shut down the coronavirus when he took office. 1 year later, all he shut down are Americans' hospitals and businesses. Thank you, Vice Chairman Johnson, for your adequate and more than lackluster leadership skills, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you, my friend, for keeping me humble. I am delighted next, Madam Speaker, to yield to another great gentleman from the state of Texas, the great state of Texas, Mr. Pfluger, and we've just come straight to the floor from a members and media roundtable on the border and crime crises, and he led that so ably. Delighted to hear what he has to say in his 2 minutes. I yield.
Thank you to Mr. Johnson. Madam Speaker, it's hard to pick the crisis to talk about because there's so many. I'd like to talk about unity. I was at the inauguration last year. I heard the president's speech. I heard him campaign. His message was centered on restoring unity to an angry nation. He promised to bring us together. Well, he has brought the American people together, that is for sure, because everyone now understands the full magnitude of the crises that we're going through. He has united the country in that fact alone. And 1 year ago, I want everyone to remember we were not experiencing the inflation that we are, the highest rate in 40 years. We did not have foreign adversaries who were treading over our policies and looking at us as weak. Right now, we have a border that is in complete chaos and complete crisis. And it's only been 1 year under President Biden's reign, and our nation is directionless from the masthead in the midst of chaos, not to mention that our international reputation and our influence has been squandered through policy failure after policy failure. When you look at this poster right here and you look at the energy crisis that we're dealing with, the Ukraine right now is in the midst of not knowing whether or not they're going to be invaded by the Russians. What a terrible position to be in. The president has green-lighted Nord Stream. He failed to sanction the Nord Stream pipeline. The energy crisis that's going on in Eastern Europe right now, the fact that we are not strong around the world in our messaging to deter our enemies and to help our allies is directly leading to this issue that we see in the Ukraine right now. And you know who's watching? China. China is watching this, and they're wondering whether or not Taiwan is going to be next. We have got to get back to a strong, firm understanding of law and order, the same discussion that we just had on the border crisis, and we have got to reassert our leadership to make sure that our country, the greatest nation that this world has ever known, will choose to follow law and order. And with that, I yield back.
I thank you, my friend, for that keen insight that you gained, faithfully serving our country in the military. Thank you for that service. And, Madam Speaker, delighted to yield to another gentleman who has served us so well on the front lines of law enforcement before he got to Congress, Mr. Stauber, Minnesota.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I could speak for hours about this administration's multiple failures over the last year, but I only have a couple minutes, so I'll just cover inflation, one of them. Since Joe Biden took office, inflation has risen every single month Americans are paying more for just about everything while earning less in every paycheck. This is not sustainable, and it didn't have to be this way. This administration is so out of touch with the average American that despite inflation reaching a 40-year high, they are still pushing for more reckless spending that will only make this crisis worse. American families are paying substantially more for everyday products, from gasoline to groceries to energy for heating their homes this winter. To heat their homes in northern Minnesota when it's 30 below for a week straight. Make no mistake, inflation is a tax on us all, especially our working class and those on fixed incomes. It is no secret that we live in a very polarized nation right now. But there is one thing a strong majority of Americans agree on. Joe Biden's first year in office has been disastrous to the American people. We deserve better. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. Madam Speaker, delighted to yield next to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens.
Thank you, my good friend from Louisiana, for your great leadership. Over the past year, I've spent time throughout Utah's 4th District. I've heard from Utahns from all walks of life, and month after month, they share the same concerns: soaring inflation, skyrocketing prices, and decreasing wages. That's no surprise because gas is up 49.6%. Used cars are up 37.3%. Gas utilities are up 24.1%. Meat, fish, and eggs are up 12.5%. Electricity is up 6.3%. And on top of this, as real wages have decreased 8 out of the last 11 months, our economy is still missing millions of pre-pandemic jobs, and employers will continue to struggle with persistent labor shortages. And what is this administration doing to help? You can't make this up. Dismissing inflation as high-class problems and transitory. Adding a national debt with money we don't have on programs we don't need. And just last week, advocating to nuke the filibuster the president defended for decades to push through a radical federal takeover of our elections. Our economy still should be thriving right now, but inaction on purpose by this administration has massively increased our national debt, which still sits at $29 trillion, by the way, stifled growth, and financially crippled American families and small businesses. We're closing out the first year of Biden's presidency with the worst inflation in 40 years, open borders, emboldened adversaries, a botched withdrawal from Afghanistan, and a repeated push to increase the size, scope, and reach of federal government. This year, I encourage President Biden to start paying attention to real needs of real Americans. Maybe then we can start seeing real results. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. It's so well said, as always, and I think one of the key words you said there was purposeful. These crises are not happenstance. These are direct results of policy choices. Madam Speaker, I yield now to my good friend and gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
So many areas to pick from in which we talk about the first year of this administration. No country can exist if you don't have immigration laws, and I can't think of anywhere where the new administration is more of a change from the old. We've gone to a situation in which about 25,000 people every year crossed our southern border to now routinely over 75,000, tripling the number of people who come across the border. And that's received a lot of attention, but not enough attention is received to the lack of people being pushed back across the border if they're caught here breaking crimes or otherwise. In the first 6 months of 2020, about 93,000 people were kicked out. This time around, it's about 18,000. So we have about another 70,000 people who we don't want in this country, primarily because they've broken the law, but under the Biden administration, we don't kick them out. And we have to also look at the carrot that they're giving people to come here. In the Build Back Better bill, trying to give free college education to people who come here illegally. And every Democrat but one in this body voted for it, saying, yes, absolutely. We not only want people to come here illegally, we'll give them a free college education, free medical care, Unbelievable. And showing that the number one priority is to get people here illegally. They are not even given tests for COVID, which says something or other. I mean, on the one hand, it's important everybody even get a shot if they're hanging around Washington, D.C., but if you're coming across the southern border, we don't care. Unbelievable. Quite a change in America compared to what it used to be, and it's going to take a lot of work when we get a new president to undo the huge amount of damage that's been done to the fabric of this country in the first 12 months of Joe Biden.
Thank you, my friend. It's so well said. It's as if they're incentivizing lawlessness. That's exactly what we're seeing, and everybody knows it. Gentleman from California is next. Madam Speaker, happy to yield 2 minutes to my good friend, Ms. Lamoth.
Thank you to my colleague, Mr. Johnson. Appreciate this special order time. Of course, this week does mark the first year of the Biden administration. Unfortunately, it was one of unprecedented crisis. Indeed, it's a target-rich environment for us to talk about here tonight. The Democrats have controlled the executive branch, both chambers of Congress, and allowing them to pass so far $2 trillion out of their $9 trillion plans. This action has also caused the highest inflation in decades, hitting middle and lower income class hardest in this country. This year, under Democrat leadership, Americans are paying more for just about everything from housing, clothes, food, and gas, especially in energy. On the way to the airport in California, it was $5 plus, $5.39 at one place. Incredible. In the dead of winter, people are seeing the cost of heating their homes skyrocket. When you stop all sorts of development of energy in this country, you're not going to have the supply, and that sends a signal to the whole market to raise prices, including the Biden administration telling OPEC overseas, go ahead and send us more, while cutting off our own pipelines and further development on federal lands. This of course, ripples through everything else in costs. In my real life as a farmer, we're going to see our costs of energy, through whether it's diesel fuel, gasoline, and in fertilizer, skyrocket. That's either going to have to be passed along to the consumer at the store, or farmers go broke in this country. Small business owners face the same thing. Everything's going up more in cost. Vaccine mandates, less employees. I mean, I wish we could paint a brighter picture and not have it appear to be a partisan one. It really isn't partisan. It's about having success as a country. Unfortunately, the Biden administration doesn't seem to have a clue what that success would look like. Indeed, they're chasing their own mandates, putting us in a terrible position as a people and the economy going forward. They need to change their thinking, or the voters need to change them out. I yield back.
My friend, it's not partisanship. We are sharing the facts. You're exactly right. I would encourage my colleagues. There's so many who want to speak, and it is a target-rich environment with so many crises. We're going to try to stick to 2 minutes on these yields. Madam Speaker, I'm delighted to yield to the gentlelady, my dear friend from Missouri, Ms. Hartzler.
Thank you. Tomorrow will mark 1 year since President Biden's inauguration, and Americans are left asking, are we better off under this administration? Judging by his all-time low approval ratings, the answer from Americans is a resounding no. Everywhere you look, there's a crisis riddled with incompetence, division, and dysfunction. At our southern border, Biden has allowed nearly 2 million illegal immigrants to enter our nation, creating the worst border crisis in 30 years. In the classroom, Biden has targeted parents and their role in education. His administration even lobbied for them to be called domestic terrorists. In our communities, violent crime is at all-time highs. Last year, the murder rate was higher than at any point since 1996. On the economy, Biden's mishandling of our federal government has created the highest inflation rate in 40 years. Bare shelves, high gas prices, and supply chain issues continue to dog this administration. And on the world stage, Biden botched our withdrawal from Afghanistan, surrendering to the Taliban and making America a laughingstock to our adversaries. All of this resulted in the deaths of 13 service members, including one from my home state of Missouri. Instead of addressing these issues, President Biden has doubled down on his far-left socialist policies, out-of-control spending, and incompetence. It's past time for a change. America deserves better. It needs leadership that listens and fights for hardworking families, not against them. I'm proud to help lead the fight alongside my fellow Republicans to reverse course by unleashing our economy, securing our border, respecting parents, defending life and our foundational values, and providing for the common defense. On this one-year anniversary commemorating the misery of the Biden administration, we commit ourselves to never stop fighting for what is right, to work harder than ever, to never give up. America is depending on us.
Thank you, my friend. So well said. Madam Speaker, I yield next to the gentleman that hails from the state of the new national championship football team, the state of Georgia, Mr. Clyde.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Johnson. Madam Speaker, tomorrow marks the one-year anniversary of President Biden's inauguration, meaning Americans have now endured 365 days of an absent administration, 52 weeks of policy failures, 12 months of utter turmoil, and 1 year of constant crippling crises. Earlier today, a Rasmussen poll revealed 60% of the country considers the president's first year in office unsuccessful, and 50% said it was very unsuccessful, with a third of the Democrats believing Biden's first year was a failure. All of this has contributed to his abysmal 33% rating, the lowest since Jimmy Carter. In all sincerity, I didn't imagine this much damage could be done in just 1 year, but here we are facing an economic crisis with hyperinflation, supply chain crisis, a labor shortage crisis, a border crisis, a national security crisis, an energy crisis with incredible gas prices, an education crisis, a COVID crisis, a crime crisis, and an election integrity crisis, with Democrats trying to push through election reforms that would federalize our election and eliminate voter ID. Ultimately, these all stem from a leadership crisis in the White House, a leadership crisis that has caused Americans unnecessary hardship. As we enter the second year of the Biden administration's rule, the president has an important decision to make. Will he continue to sidestep from the crises he's created, destined to inflict more destruction, or will he confront these crises head-on and implement successful solutions? Mr. President, the American people demand successful solutions, and they deserve successful solutions. Thank you.
They do deserve it, my friend. And, Madam Speaker, I'm delighted to yield the next 2 minutes to gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Johnson. President Biden ran his campaign on a message of unity, but since day one of his administration, he has been defined by the divisive policies that are the wrong approach for Tennessee families and workers. In 2021, we saw cartels take control of our southern border. We saw the worst inflation in decades. We saw Afghanistan fall into the hands of terrorists as we hastily and incompetently withdrew our forces from the country, leaving billions of dollars of modern military equipment and hundreds of Americans and Afghan allies behind. And finally, we saw abusive government overreach in the form of vaccine mandates taken to new heights. With President Biden in the White House and Democrats in control of Congress, Americans know 2022 will be no better. According to a recent Momentum poll, more than half of Americans are more fearful than hopeful about what 2022 has in store for them, and with good reason. Just take a glimpse at the state of our economy. The Consumer Price Index rose 7% in December, the highest rate seen since 1982. This comes on the heels of President Biden's reckless spending agenda and senseless policies that have created a labor shortage, led to a decline in real personal income, raised costs of consumer goods, gas, and home heating costs, contributed to the supply chain disruptions that are causing drastic shortages and bare shelves across America. This is President Joe Biden's version of America, and it's costing Tennesseans more each day. President Biden can try to talk around it and often refuses to talk about it at all, but the reality remains the same. His administration's policies have been devastating to this nation. More than ever, Americans want America First leadership. As we begin the first days of 2022, I remain steadfast in my commitment to focus on the needs of the good folks of Tennessee, who I represent, not the whims of the permanent class of political elites in Washington, D.C. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. Tennessee is well represented. And, Madam Speaker, I yield the next 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, another seasoned, very effective legislator, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Madam Speaker, this has been a year of crisis under the leadership of President Joe Biden. At the southern border, our country was noticeably lacking leadership and solutions from the White House. Instead, President Biden took regressive actions. He halted construction on the border wall, brought back catch and release, and got rid of the Remain in Mexico policy. Because of these decisions, over 1.7 million illegal immigrants have been encountered at the southern border since President Biden took office. The number of illegal crossings at the border has risen at a rate faster under President Biden than at any other time in recent history. And U.S. Customs and Border Protection reported that fentanyl seizures increased 134% in fiscal year 2021. I saw this crisis firsthand when I visited the southern border with my colleagues, and I've led and supported legislative solutions in Congress to combat this crisis. But it's disheartening and unacceptable that President Biden has neither visited the border to witness the crisis, nor has he proposed solutions to control the unmanageable levels of border crossings and fentanyl trafficking. To say President Biden has underdelivered to the American people is beyond an understatement. I say it again, this year has been a year of crisis under the leadership of President Biden. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. What he has delivered is crises upon crises. That's exactly right. Madam Speaker, I yield the next 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida we affectionately refer to as the Chief, Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Life has been hard for American people as President Biden concludes his first year in office. Unfortunately, too many in this chamber have bowed down to the most radical fringes of the Democrat Party. Sad reality today is liberals in Congress have no clue what everyday hardworking Americans are going through. They care more about pushing their radical agenda than helping working families. The result? More inflation, higher gas prices, unconstitutional vaccine mandates, broken supply chains, and Americans struggling to make ends meet. On our side of the aisle, Republicans are committed to making sure we get the American people back to work, ensuring that small businesses can find employees to help keep their businesses open, making sure Americans have uninterrupted access to goods, and getting our country roaring back with a strong economy and safe communities. Those are the issues that Americans really care about. Here in Washington, Republicans will use our congressional authority to hold the Biden administration accountable for the Afghanistan debacle, where we don't know how many Americans are still left behind in Afghanistan, for choosing to wreck our energy sector, where at once we were energy independent a year ago. Now we're begging OPEC to please produce more, while handing Putin the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, for allowing the southern borders to be kept wide open, and much, much more. After only a year of the Biden administration and his radical governing our country, we've had enough. The American people have had enough, and our people, our country, deserve better. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. So well said. And, Madam Speaker, we cover in the Republican caucus literally coast to coast. We'll go from Florida out to California. Yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Obernolt.
Madam Speaker, several days ago, the Department of Labor released statistics on job creation and inflation in the United States, and this data should be deeply alarming to every American. This Congress over the last year has dumped trillions of dollars of excess federal spending into our economy. And at the time, economists warned us that doing so was dangerously inflationary. And unfortunately, those fears have come to fruition. The statistics for the month of December show inflation at nearly 7% on an annualized basis. Madam Speaker, that is the highest rate of inflation in nearly 40 years. When inflation is caused through government action, as this round of inflation clearly is, it represents an unseen tax that's paid by every American because it raises the prices of everything that we buy. Equally alarming is the fact that real wage growth has not kept up with inflation. In fact, the Department of Labor says that for all of last year, real wage growth was negative, nearly 2.5%. Madam Speaker, if we don't correct this trend, it's going to result in an entire generation of Americans being driven towards poverty because their wages are not keeping up with the prices that they pay for the goods that they need to survive. Madam Speaker, we need to get our fiscal house in order and correct this runaway federal spending before our children suffer the consequences. I yield back.
So well said. Elections do have consequences, and they go to the next generation for sure. California is so well represented in our conference. Delighted to stay there and yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from there, Ms. Steele.
Thank you, Vice Chair Johnson. Madam Speaker, this administration's failed policies have led to record inflation and empty store shelves across the country. Inflation just reached the highest level in 40 years. And at the same time, basic goods are harder and harder to find at the stores thanks to supply chain mess. Every day we see a news story about things getting more expensive, life getting harder for Americans. Hardworking families are sick and tired of paying more and getting less. I've introduced 3 bills that would help fix the supply chain crisis and ensure goods make it to the stores and consumers. These issues are urgent, but there has been no movement on these bills. Meanwhile, Democrats in Washington continue to spend more as your paychecks get smaller and costs continue to rise. I will continue to fight against these bad policies and push for solutions. And I yield back to Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you so much for your strong work on behalf of consumers and small business owners. You do so well. Madam Speaker, we went from Florida to California and now to Pennsylvania. Yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from there, Mr. Keller.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman from Louisiana. Madam Speaker, as America marks 1 year since President Biden's inauguration, Republicans are focused on delivering solutions to the multitude of crises his administration has created. After 1 year of one-party rule, the reality is American families are seeing empty shelves at the grocery store, businesses cannot find workers, and inflation just hit the highest rate in 40 years. Meanwhile, the catastrophe at our southern border continues to worsen. In the past 12 months, more than 1.7 million people have been caught trying to enter the United States illegally. The Biden administration can ignore these inconvenient truths all they want. But you know who's noticing? The American people are noticing. These are the same people who are working every day, the people driving our economy forward in spite of President Biden stacking the odds against them. Be assured, when Republicans regain the majority in the House, we will continue tackling these challenges by getting government out of the way, restoring our God-given freedoms, and ensuring Americans keep more of their hard-earned money. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. So well said. Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes now to the gentlelady from Arizona, one of the true border states that sees all these crises firsthand, Ms. Lesko.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and Mr. Johnson. Well, it's been 1 year since President Biden and the Democrats have had complete control of running our country. They have the House, the Senate, and the presidency. And what have they accomplished in this 1 year? Well, inflation has gone through the roof, 40-year high. Gas prices are up, grocery prices are up, the utility costs have gone up, and the border is wide open with sex trafficking, human trafficking, fentanyl flooding across our border, and COVID deaths are higher than they have ever been before. And you know those long lines that you see of Americans waiting in line for COVID tests? Well, guess what? The Biden administration diverted over $2 billion that was meant for those testing of COVID and for medical supplies and diverted it to house illegal immigrants. Don't be surprised or mistaken, but it's the Democrat policies that have caused these problems. And what are the Democrats doing now while the country is going down the tubes? Well, they're pushing election laws where they want to rig elections to their favor and fund their own elections. This is insanity. And I hope my Democratic colleagues will work together with us to solve the problems that are facing Americans today. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. So well said. Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann.
Well, I want to thank the gentleman from Louisiana for hosting this today. A lot of things to talk about. We're a year in. We could talk about immigration. We could talk about inflation. We can talk about crime. We can talk about Afghanistan. The list goes on and on. But I want to talk for a little bit today about trade and specifically our relationship with China. I rise today to call the Biden administration to action regarding our trade partnership or lack thereof with China. China has proven to be a bad faith negotiator, and they are using the United States as a doormat. Our country made a deal with China 2 years ago on January 15th, 2020, and China has failed to live up to their end of the bargain by a long shot. As part of this deal, China committed to importing $36 billion of U.S. ag products in 2020 and 2021 combined, but they have fallen short by nearly $7 billion. China sold American farmers a bill of goods, and the Biden administration has made no efforts to rectify this egregious situation. Now that Phase 1 is expiring, farmers and ranchers are frustrated, to say the least. USDA Secretary Tom Vilsack, in a feeble effort to reassure us, said that Ambassador Tai, our U.S. trade representative, continues to converse with China about the necessity of living up totally and completely to the Phase 1 trade agreement, making up their deficit over the next course of the next several years. This is completely unacceptable. The next several years was never part of this deal, which is not a complex one. China said they would purchase a certain amount of agricultural goods, and they've fallen short by a margin that suggests that they never intended to live up to their end of this deal in the first place. Again, we have not seen any effort from this administration on behalf of farmers, which is why I'm standing here today to state the obvious. The United States must either force China to comply with their end of the agreement or punish them for failing to do so. That's how deals work. At the very least, we need this administration developing a new, comprehensive, realistic deal to collect the deficit. The time for conversations already took place long before the deal was signed January 15, 2020, when China signed that deal. This administration, a year in, needs to step up and defend our farmers and ranchers and our country from being financially manipulated by China, yet another unnecessary crisis. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you for that plain talk from Kansas. And Madam Speaker, yield now the gentleman from Arkansas, one of the brightest and most respected members of Congress, Mr. Hill.
Well, I thank the Vice Chairman of the conference. Madam Speaker, if the Biden administration were a new TV show streaming on Netflix or HBO, it clearly would have been canceled after the end of the first season. On this anniversary of Mr. Biden's failed first year, I call attention to the crisis at the southwest border, a crisis which President Biden and the Democrats have continuously chosen to turn a blind eye. In just 1 year, over 1.7 million illegal immigrants have been apprehended at the border, an all-time high. President Trump spent 4 years fighting to secure our border by enacting policies to keep Americans, especially in our communities along the border, safe. After less than a month in office, President Biden revoked the Trump-era border policies and replaced them, Madam Speaker, with what? Absolutely nothing. In April, 3 months after Joe Biden took office and 2 months after these policies were rescinded, I made my 7th trip to the southwest border. During that visit, I witnessed the most unstable conditions that I've seen since coming to Congress. I immediately called on President Biden then to reinstate the Trump-era policies that were working along our border. Finally, just a few weeks ago in December, it was announced that President Biden planned to re-implement President Trump's Remain in Mexico policy. But, Madam Speaker, we need action, not talk. President Biden should visit the border, talk to the communities there. President Biden should fire his Homeland Security Secretary, who's not getting the job done. So in this first failed year, President Biden has neglected our southwest border. That neglect is evident with deteriorating conditions, apprehensions at an all-time high, and record amounts of illegal drugs pouring across our open border, poisoning our families. Americans deserve better. Americans deserve a secure border. Americans deserve leadership. I thank my friend, and I yield back.
Thank you so much. Americans do deserve so much better. Madam Speaker, I yield now to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Kim. I hope your arm's all right there.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Johnson, for yielding. 1 year ago, I joined several of my colleagues, especially the freshman Republican colleagues, in a letter to President Biden, showing our willingness to work with him on behalf of the American people to bridge the partisan gridlock, because our president's success is our nation's success. While I'm proud that 1 year later that I've been able to get 12 bipartisan bills out of the House and 4 signed into law, I'm disappointed that the policies from the Biden administration encourage more division, more federal spending, and more crisis hurting American workers, families, and small businesses as we continue through the COVID-19 pandemic. Inflation is at a 40-year high, driving up prices everywhere from the grocery store to prices at the gas pump. We have record high numbers of migrants and illicit drugs at our southern border, straining our resources and empowering drug cartels. Our disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan resulted in the deaths of 13 U.S. service members, and we still have left the lives of Americans and our allies and military arsenal in the hands of the Taliban. In the latest edition of Partisan Politics, last week, one of my bipartisan bills was taken over and instead became over 700 pages of nationalizing elections and letting public funds be used for political campaigns. I will keep working through this gridlock, sticking to my conservative policies, principles, and fighting back against big government, big spending policies. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you for that principled leadership. You have been so effective, and we're grateful you're here. Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes now. From California to the refreshing state of Texas, Mr. Weber.
I thank the gentleman. Madam Speaker, tomorrow, January the 20th, 2022, dare I say, a day that'll live in infamy, marks 1 year since Joe Biden was sworn in as president. I remember saying, this is the most important election of our lifetime. Unfortunately, I was right. 1 year under one-party rule, and in just 1 year, one huge continuing debacle and crisis. We went from energy independence to energy crisis, Madam Speaker, from a rebounding economy to the highest inflation in 40 years, from international peace through strength to increased tensions with our greatest adversaries, and might I add, losing the confidence of our allies. We went, Madam Speaker, from border security to 2 million illegal alien crossings, from the end of the pandemic to the never-ending pandemic, particularly with unconstitutional mandates. The cause? One Democrat disaster after another, and Americans are losing faith, not only with and in the performance of the current administration, but also with our governmental agencies, the FBI, the DOJ, the CDC, you name it, the list is endless. Democrats are showing who they are: socialist, police defunders, open border advocates, anti-parents who just want to say in their child's schooling, is that too much to ask? That's what Democrats are. This is their brand. And that Democrat brand, I might add, is a disaster. We Republicans need to point it out every day in every way. And so to my Republican colleagues, I say, let's go brand them.
Brand them. I like it. Madam Speaker, I yield now to the gentlelady from Illinois, another very effective legislator, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Congressman, for hosting this special order. Americans have experienced whiplash this past year as the Biden administration has spun us from the America First agenda to America Last. We watched in horror as the Taliban released thousands of al-Qaeda, ISIS, and Taliban prisoners from the prison at Bagram Air Base. Our service members had bravely sacrificed to capture those terrorists, and the Biden administration allowed them to be released. One of the ISIS-K prisoners led the bombing that killed 13 service members. Biden's failure in Afghanistan led to the surrender of tens of billions of dollars in U.S. military equipment to the Taliban. Military equipment paid for by U.S. taxpayers will now be used against America because of President Biden. As Afghanistan fell, President Biden disappeared, first to Camp David and then to Delaware. His cabinet refused to brief the American people directly and instead sent spokesmen. Additionally, the defense secretary refused to testify before Congress. The Biden administration then flew an estimated 78,000 Afghan nationals to American soil and then lied to the American people about the vetting process they were using to ensure that no ISIS, al-Qaeda, or Taliban terrorists were brought to our shores. To this day, no one in the Biden administration has been held responsible for the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan or for the lies that were told to the American people, and no one has been fired or resigned. Madam Speaker, who will be fired and who is resigning? The American people deserve accountability. China, our enemy, has watched all of this unfold, and sadly, our children and grandchildren will pay the price of Biden's incompetence. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. Well said. Madam Speaker, I'm delighted to yield 2 minutes next to the gentleman from the great state of Georgia, home of the new national championship football team. At least he didn't wear a red jacket. 2 minutes to Mr. Carter.
I thank the gentleman for yielding and for hosting this. Madam Speaker, Joe Biden's first year in office has exceeded all expectations. In 365 short days, Joe Biden has managed to inflict an entire term of pain and hardship on the American people. Grocery store shelves are empty. Prices are up 7% nationwide. Gas costs $1 more per gallon today than it did when Biden took office. Americans lost the equivalent of 2 paychecks last year, and Biden has failed to add one single job from our 2019 high. In fact, Madam Speaker, only one thing has gone down in price during this administration, and that's the price of fentanyl. That's the price of fentanyl. Because of the fentanyl that's coming across the southern border. Washington Democrats were counting on Joe Biden to socialize our economy, and boy, did he deliver. His administration caved to teachers' unions, putting the wants of liberal elites ahead of the needs of our children who are desperate for high-quality in-person learning. Domestic terrorist, that is how his administration labeled parents who want better for their children than virtual learning. It's despicable. He caved to Russia, gutting the Keystone XL pipeline on his first day in office, but allowing the Nord Stream 2 pipeline to push ahead virtually unchecked. He caved to Fauci, who kept his job despite lying to Congress about gain-of-function research. You know, who isn't caving? Senator Manchin, the Supreme Court, and Republicans across the nation who are fed up with this administration's singular focus on stripping rights and opportunities away from Americans. This administration has more than earned its 33% approval rating, and I hope, for the sake of our country, that the next 3 years are nothing like this one we have endured. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. Madam Speaker, happy to yield now 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Indiana, one of the smartest and hardest working members of Congress, Ms. Sparks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, my fellow colleague. I know that, we have talked a lot about different crises, and we do have a lot of crises. We have economic crisis, we have inflation crisis, we have energy cost crisis, we have supply chain crisis, we have education crisis, we have crime crisis, we have COVID response crisis, we have healthcare crisis, we have foreign relations and security crisis, we have freedom of speech crisis, we have centralized government and infringement on our rights crisis. But I think there is one crisis that is very disturbing and concerning to me as a naturalized American who immigrated to this great country. I went to the border 3 times, and what I saw, it's lawlessness, it's issue of national security, it's anarchy, and it is a crisis that poses a risk to our sovereignty as a nation. And we can see what's happening in the country. Drug cartels are controlling the border. They control drug trafficking and making billions on that. We have the highest deaths from overdoses in our country that ever existed. Our kids are dying, and they're making a lot of money. The border is open. No one can control it. It poses risk to our national security. I hope we as Americans who cares about our country and our president at least start dealing with one of the crises, because it's a serious issue, and we cannot disregard national security of this greatest country that ever existed on earth and put our people at risk. It's our responsibilities as representatives for this republic to stand up, regardless of party affiliations, and raise these issues, and we owe this duty to the American people. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you so much. Madam Speaker, what my colleagues have illustrated here in this 1-hour special order is the crisis that we have in this country. We are on the anniversary now of 1 year of far-left Democrat rule in Washington. We have unified government. The far-left Democrats are in charge of the White House, both houses of Congress. Elections have consequences. The American people can see it for themselves. Every poll across this country shows it. They know that it's crisis upon crisis upon crisis. You've heard my colleagues illustrate so many of those here this afternoon. If we had hours upon hours, we could continue all night. The economic crisis. Last year, inflation cost the average worker nearly 2 paychecks. An energy crisis. The national average for a gallon of gas rose 49.6% for the year. A border crisis. Because of the Democrats' open border policies, every state is now a border state. An education crisis. President Biden promised to reopen schools in his first 100 days, but his administration secretly worked with teachers' unions to keep the schools closed and label parents as domestic terrorists. A crime crisis. Over a dozen U.S. cities had a record high homicide rate in 2021. A COVID crisis. Although President Biden promised to shut down the virus, many Americans continue to struggle to find tests, and of course, many schools remain closed because of this. A national security crisis. Because of President Biden's weakness on the world stage, our adversaries in Beijing, Tehran, and Moscow are stronger today, and they are empowered. We could go on and on and on. I'm out of time, Madam Speaker, but I will just point out again, the latest poll that was released just this morning didn't look at just numbers. They asked the American people to give a letter grade to the president. 37% of Americans give the president an F, a failing grade, and more Americans give him an F than give him an A or a B. This is a failed presidency. These are failed policies. We are living under the crises that they have created. It's time for this to come to an end. We're grateful to the American people for recognizing this, and we look forward to bringing our solutions to bear after the election cycle this fall. Madam Speaker, with that, our special order hour is concluded, and I yield back.
Thank you. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. The chair lays before the House an enrolled bill.
H.R. 1192, an act to impose requirements on the payment of compensation to professional persons employed in voluntary cases, commenced under Title III of the Puerto Rico Oversight Management and Economic Stability Act, commonly known as PROMESA.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I come here with the heaviest heart. My beloved Bronx saw the deadliest fire in the history of New York City in more than 3 decades. A fire that's left a death count of 17 residents, including 8 children. A malfunctioning space heater was the immediate cause of the fire in a duplex on the third floor of a 19-story building known as Twin Parks Northwest. And even though the fire was largely limited to the third floor, both the apartment door and the nearby stairwell door were left open, causing the smoke to spread rapidly and widely throughout the 19-story building. Since the building has no fire escapes, and since the stairwells were full of black, toxic smoke, the tenants had no means of escape. The smoke spread so widely that victims were found on every floor. All the fatalities were tenants who died from severe smoke inhalation, from cardiac and respiratory arrest. All the victims, almost all the victims, came from Gambia, came from a single town in Gambia. The Gambian community has had roots in Twin Parks Northwest that date back more than half a century. It is hard to imagine a more closely knit community, a community more tied by the bonds of faith and family and fellowship than the Gambian community of Twin Parks Northwest. And so the loss is deeply felt. The victims were as young as 2 and no older than 50. These were victims who had their whole lives ahead of them. Osmani Kone was only 2 years old. Mohammed Jermaine had celebrated his 12th birthday. Sarah Janae was a student at Lehman College. She had dreams of becoming a social worker, of aiding those afflicted by trauma. My heart aches for the father who lost his wife and 2 daughters and son, for the mother who lost her toddler, for the children who lost their parents, for the Dramé family who lost 4 members, and the Ducaray family who lost 5. The fire at Twin Parks Northwest was as preventable as it was tragic. If the space heater had shut off automatically, the fire would have been prevented. If the apartment door and the stairwell doors had closed automatically, the spread of the smoke would have been contained and countless lives would have been saved. If the building had a sprinkler system, the fire would have been extinguished. If the building had a 2-way intercom system, the tenants would have been advised by the fire department to remain in their homes instead of fleeing to a smoke-filled stairwell that had become a death trap. And if the tenants had sufficient heat and hot water in their homes, there would have been no need to use dangerous space heaters in the first place. The use of space heater is often a cry for help and a cry for heat. It is often an act of desperation for decent and dignified housing. Madam Speaker, the Bronx is no stranger to deadly fires. New York City's 4 worst fires in the past 30 years have all been in the Bronx, have all been in my district, the South Bronx. The prevalence of deadly fires in the South Bronx is no accident. It is a consequence of systemic disinvestment from the lowest income communities of color, from places like the South Bronx, from the safety and quality of affordable housing. When it comes to fire safety, America is a tale of 2 countries, and New York is a tale of 2 cities. If you live in a luxury development in Manhattan, then fire safety can be taken for granted. But if you live in an affordable housing complex in the South Bronx, There's no guarantee that your building will have a sprinkler system. In fact, it's unlikely to have one. There's no guarantee that your building will have self-closing doors. There's no guarantee that your building will have what experts would consider anything resembling modern standards of fire safety. In America, poor people of color are left to live in conditions that put them at greater risk of losing everything, including their own homes, their own families, their own lives, from a catastrophic fire. If that is not cruel and callous, I'm not sure what would be. We are reminded that safe and decent, affordable housing is not a privilege but a right, not a luxury but a necessity, a moral necessity, not an abstraction but a matter of life and death. Building back better should and must mean building back safer for communities long forgotten. On January 9th, the world bore witness to one of the fire department's finest hours of public service. It took the Herculean efforts of more than 200 firefighters to extinguish the fire at Twin Parks Northwest. Firefighters who had run out of oxygen in their tanks ran into burning buildings, saving lives at grave risk to their own. There are no words that can convey more powerfully the heroism shown than the image beside me. The image of Matt Zimfer, a proud member of the FDNY, carrying a baby, a visibly traumatized baby, that he had rescued from the fire at Twin Parks Northwest. It is as much an image of our common humanity as it is of the FDNY's uncommon bravery. For the South Bronx, January 9th is a day that will live in infamy. But the image beside me reminds me that even in a moment of despair, there is cause for hope. Even in a moment of tragedy, in a day of infamy, heroes can and do emerge. And so the overwhelming sense of sorrow that weighs so heavily on my heart is rivaled only by the overwhelming gratitude that I feel for our heroes at the FDNY, a gratitude that will remain with me for as long as I live. May God bless the heroic souls of the FDNY, New York City's bravest. And may God bless the resilient and resourceful souls of the Gambian community of Twin Parks Northwest. I yield back.
Do I go to this one? The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's so many things we all want to talk about and share about, and sometimes, as members of Congress, we run in front of microphones and we sort of do the shiny, loud object of the day because, let's face it, that gets us retweets and Facebook and those things. But they're often trite. So I have a handful of things I want to walk through, but there's going to be a constant theme here. And I'm not trying to be mean, but the theme really is, and I think my facts will back me up, that the Democrat policies if you look at particularly the last 12 months, have made life more miserable for Americans, have made working class and poor working class poorer, and actually are crushing sort of the hope. So I want to walk through a couple economic things. I'm blessed to be the senior Republican on joint economics. So a handful of economists that work for our side. There's a handful that work for the left side. And we've been digging and digging and digging, trying to understand the inflation data, the amount of cash that's chasing goods, what's happening in productivity. And dear Lord, I hope I'm wrong, but I'm starting to see numbers that look like we are on the cusp of a wage price spiral. And let's sort of walk through our basic economics. You all remember your high school economics class, particularly those of us who are old enough to have been in high school in the end of the 70s. Businesses raise prices because their costs are going up. You hit typically, just like we're doing right now, the new year, people are getting their wage hikes. Many of those wage hikes, most of those wage hikes are nothing more than to keep up with inflation. So you end up with this spike. So there was a handful of folks on the Democrat side that were saying, well, look at the December number. It wasn't spiking as much as the previous months. Wait till you see the January numbers when the wages come in. And then you end up with this world saying, well, now businesses, organizations, government, others have to keep raising their costs, raising their prices, raising their taxes, others, to keep up because they just had to raise wages, not for our brothers and sisters who are out there working to live better, but basically to just be able to purchase the same things. Except at the end of 2021, Americans were poor. The fact of the matter is the average American fell about 2.7 to 3% poorer because inflation grew faster than their wages did. But there's lots of things in the economic literature, and I know I'm geeking out a bit, that you start to end up in this seesaw effect. They call it a wage price spiral. Well, businesses keep having to raise their costs because now they have to raise the wages, and it becomes a very, very ugly circle. And a bit of trivia. How many here would immediately say, well, go back to the 1980s, particularly the early 1980s, it was Paul Volcker jacking up interest rates to just extraordinary levels that squeezed out inflation. That's actually only part of the story. If you actually look at the math, during that time, there were the Reagan tax cuts, the first round of them. And they created a great spike in productivity because one of the things inflation is once again, I have too much money chasing too few goods. So raising interest rates, making everything more expensive, still doesn't do anything to make sure you're making more goods, more services to fill up that vacuum to remove that inflationary pressure. And you actually even see some of that data after we did tax reform here at the very, very end of 2017. When you saw the spike in productivity, you saw actually a really pretty impressive spike for 2 years of wages and actually falling inflation. And why was that? It's because expensing and other things we did in tax reform, repatriation, getting billions, hundreds of billions of dollars coming back from around the world back into the country, actually raised productivity, lowered prices. That's the holy grail. And right now, almost every policy that the administration, and I hate to say this body is engaging in, are counter to that. So we're going to walk through a couple things here, and our argument is really simple. Almost every major policy set being moved forward, and I don't think it's purposeful. I think it's just a misunderstanding of the most basic economics that my Democrat brothers and sisters are doing, is actually making life more miserable. And I don't think it's purposeful, but it is economics. So let's walk through the facts, just the actual math. And I know this is always uncomfortable, but if you actually look at the data that came in, It's actually, when you look at the expenditures, because I'm using this slide, this is actually a 2019 slide, but it's important to set the base. Our brothers and sisters who are on the lowest quartiles, and I hate that term, but it's what we use as economics, dramatically more of their income goes to pay for housing. Dramatically more goes then to pay for their transportation, their food. Those in the upper incomes, that's not where they live. And think about what's gone on in this last year. And most everyone that's in this room, probably most everyone who's watching this, we're the people who have savings. We have retirement accounts. We have 401ks. Life has gotten more expensive for us, but our assets, how many of you have a home that's gone up dramatically in value? Think about those lower income quartiles, that working poor, that middle class, that lower middle class. Do they have a home? Are they renters? How much of their cost is their transportation, just trying to provide housing? What we've allowed to happen inflation-wise is just brutalizing them. And when you actually start to understand what the policies from this last year have done, and I'm going to show a number of these things showing that the left's policies are actually crushing the poor, the working poor, and the middle class. The difference here when you see this type of graph is we're trying to sort of demonstrate that it's both the effects on populations where you are income-wise. If you're in this lower income, how much more your cost of your life is because of inflation. So this is almost just a pure inflation of who benefits, who doesn't benefit. So if you're a homeowner, if you're someone with lots of assets and the stock market's been really good to you, you've turned out ahead. If you are like most in the middle class and lower, your standard of living has gone down. And there's this rule of thumb. From the top line, what are the two things you do to make the working poor poor? I've said this dozens of times behind this microphone. It's inflation, and it's opening up the border. There is this economic theory, and this is actually old literature. It's like 20 years old, and it actually had a number of left groups as part of the authors who basically said, if you look at the working poor, this is a population who probably didn't finish high school. What they sell is their labor, their willingness to work, their willingness to sweat. What happens when you flood your society, functionally in 1 year, with a couple million people with similar skill sets? You know, it's just basic math. You functionally have devalued the economics, the value of their labor. So you've given the double whammy. You've created inflation, which affects the poor and the middle class more dramatically, because you saw from the first chart how much more of their resources go to pay for housing, to pay for transportation, to pay for food. And now you make them compete against a couple million people with similar skill sets. You know, these aren't IT jobs. This isn't someone who is at the top of the wage scale and creates a multiplier of productivity in the society because they're inventing some new app. This is the person who's hanging drywall, working their hearts out. It's a tough job. Their back is aching at the end of the night. And now they look out and there's a couple of million other people in society with similar skill sets. It's a level of misunderstanding that what some folks will come behind these microphones and pretend they're being compassionate, not understanding the cruelty of inflation and having an open border, and how many working poor are getting crushed on this. But I want to go a bit further. So as you start to look at the inflation level, you got to understand, 7% was sort of the national number, right? In markets like mine, in the Phoenix area, we're at 9.7% inflation in 2021. So now a lot of that's because I'm from a growth area. Lots of people are abandoning the Californias and the Illinois and moving into my neighborhood. So much of my inflation is actually housing. You know, we've already heard other people come behind the mics even today and talk about the cost of housing. Well, congratulations. In other parts of the country, it's not 7%. In mine, it's 9.7%. And when we look at the charts and the details, it really, really has hurt the working poor. And they're having trouble finding the most basic accommodations. And then we start to dig in more. And the economists have made it very clear that what was allowed to go on in 2021, and the economics warn of inflationary inequity. And the details are pretty clear. For those of you who have assets, you're going to do okay. If you're part of half of America that doesn't have those few $1,000s in the bank, or owns the house, or has the other assets, you've become poor. The policies are making you poor. And I know this is uncomfortable, but you can't keep campaigning and doing politics and saying, we care about the middle class, we care about the working poor, and then keep adopting policies that make them poorer. At some point, the math always wins. Not the virtue signaling, not the rhetoric, it's the math. And we're making half of our country poor. But one of the other projects we're working on in the Joint Economic side, and a couple of us on the Ways and Means Committee, is also trying to understand what other attributes are there. You know, I can keep coming to the microphone and talking about the open border, and we have an administration that doesn't seem to give a darn because it's political. Their base has no trouble with a couple million undocumented folks coming into the country. Inflation is really, really ugly because the math is brutal. Do you have any sense how high interest rates have to go to squeeze out this inflation? I think there's this fantasy that 4 marginal rate increases this year somehow are going to tap down inflation. I will make you a crazy, actually it's not crazy, it's based in math. At the final quarter of this year, you may be seeing 10% inflation. And I hope I'm wrong, but I was in front of this mic a year ago saying, I think we're going to be close to 7, and I actually underestimated it. And go back to my opening comments. I really, really, really see in the numbers, we're on the cusp of a wage price spiral, and 4 marginal quarter-point increases in interest rates ain't going to cut it. Unless Congress dramatically starts to think about policies that spike productivity. Except you have a left that now it's an article of faith that tax reform, that expensing, these things we did in the tax code to bring back hundreds of billions of dollars back into the country, to get organizations to invest in plant and equipment to make workers more productive so they could be paid more. Well, we can't do that. Except even the liberal economists agree it worked. And it turns out you need to be doing things like that. The left's Build Back Better social spending bill, because it de-links money transfer payments from work, every data set basically says it will continue to spike inflation, and at the end of 10 years, I came here with the paper. It makes it very clear at the end of 10 years, the working poor are poorer because the way the left has designed these transfer payments without an expectation of participation in society and work. I thought we learned this 25 years ago, but somehow math is heresy. So let's go, what are some of the other attributes that make our brothers and sisters in that lower middle class, working poor, in many of our neighborhoods, what else makes them poor? Okay, we've touched on inflation. We've touched on flooding society with millions of people with similar skill sets. When was the last time you had someone remind us that the concentration of crime, for most of the members in this body, we don't live in neighborhoods that are going to be subject to crime. How many members here live behind a gate? How many members here have security? I did a ride-along for 4 hours on Monday through north central Phoenix. And neighborhood after neighborhood after neighborhood, the officer I rode with had almost like 28 years on this City of Phoenix police force. And it was the neighborhoods that were most disadvantaged had the most crime. We're driving away, okay, there's an assault here. You see the person in that apartment, they're a drug dealer. And you're realizing it's the folks who are in poverty are in the core of the crime. And then the left takes a position of basically having verbal violence towards law enforcement. But we know the data says, if you look at the concentrations of poverty, one of the attributes that makes someone poor is when someone comes and steals their stuff. You're trying to work, someone steals your tools. You're trying to survive, someone breaks into your car or steals your automobile. It's another attribute that, once again, the left's policies is like this constant economic violence on the poor. And then you start to go on another thing we're working on. This one's much more complex, but it's starting to prove the theory's true. How many of you have ever heard the discussion about health disparities? You know, our urban poor, my Native American populations, even rural poor, the health disparities. And it's absolutely true. Our brothers and sisters with renal failure, diabetes, these things, who are concentrated, we can almost draw data circles around them and say, look at the income inequality of this neighborhood to a neighborhood it might be just down the street. And we've been trying to understand what are the attributes. And oddly enough, some of the attributes aren't race. They're health. They're crime. They're education. But the one that no one here has focused on is actually health. If you ever get a chance, and this is for anyone that's listening, try to find the data of those who are suffering type 2 diabetes and the concentration. Go find a heat map. And it becomes a really interesting discussion, because that's I'm making is my fourth attribute, is our brothers and sisters who are sicker. So the left's attitude is, well, it's good politics, we'll just put up a bunch more clinics. We'll help them manage their diabetes. Okay, that's an honorable thing. Wouldn't it be much more compassionate to cure, to disrupt? So we do know, because it came out a year ago, but it's as if no one actually read it. We actually have the paper that was put together, a working paper series, Congressional Budget Office. It was functionally some of the data within the Democrats' H.R. 3. And if you actually dig through the numbers within their working paper, it makes it clear that the Democrats, it's great politics. Hey, we're going to lower drug prices. But the way they go about doing it, a decade from now, so many cures don't come. And as the paper talks about, it's the very cures for things like potentially diabetes and other ailments that are concentrated in our poor population. So it's functioning. The left's policy on something like H.R. 3, because if you think about their pricing mechanism where, you know, if a drug costs more than this amount of money, you can't have it. It's once again policy that says we're going to find a way for you to live with your misery, but we're going to make your living with your misery a little cheaper. Then I think the thing that's loving and more compassionate is we're going to find a way to cure it. It really is a different mindset, and that isn't Republican or Democrat. It's just compassion. But it may not be great politics. Because the fact of the matter is, if you look at the mechanics within H.R. 3, the Democrats actually make big pharma more profitable and bigger and more powerful, and they wipe out the disruptors, the small biologics, the small pharma that's actually chewing away their book of business because they're curing the disease where big pharma over here is just maintaining it. It's the classic economic irony of this place acts like a protection racket. We give great speeches about how we're going to do this, and then wink, wink, nod, nod, what actually is happening is you're locking in someone's oligopoly. And once again, if you go through the paper, it makes it really clear that the first couple years, not much difference because it's what's already in the disruptive pharmaceutical pipeline. And we've done presentations here of, 100 new are under research and only a few actually succeed. But in about 5-6 years, you start to see a collapse of those cures. Welcome to Democrat policy once again. And we've come to the floor multiple times with H.R. 3. We've made a number of people very angry by referring to it as the Big Pharma Protection Act. But the math is the math. And now you still have additional CBO studies that make it clear we're telling the truth. It is what it is. And we've actually made proposals to our brothers and sisters on the left saying, we both are enraged at the price of pharmaceuticals. Believe it or not, there's other ways to get there. And one of the most magical things we could do for society is also some of the kickers to make sure that there's capital stacks and these other things that are a little geeky, but ways that investment goes into the cures. So when you have things like a single-shot cure for hemophilia, when you saw, I did this presentation back in December, we have a proof of concept of a cure for type 1 diabetes. These are going to be, starting, they're going to be really expensive. They're going to be really difficult until we functionally turn it into a biofoundry and you build the capital stack, the tax code, the incentives to do lots of that. But I can show you in chart after chart, it saves society, it saves taxpayers a fortune in the future. Remember, last year's CBO math said in 29 years, we are $112 trillion in debt in publicly borrowed money in today's dollars. So that's inflation-adjusted dollars. And we know that number is going to spike once we get the math from this last fiscal year plugged in there. About 75% of that spending is just Medicare. That debt is Medicare. The other 25% is Social Security. The most powerful thing you can do for U.S. sovereign debt is disrupt the price of health care. And our argument is the greatest elegance is actually doing it by making people healthier. There's one other, I want to throw my frustration of Democrat policy. And my expertise is more Arizona and not the rest of the country. We've seen the debate around here, lots of flowery words and almost no detail of the reality of what's underlying the piece of legislation. Our friends on the left will come behind the microphones and say it's a Voting Rights Act. Okay. How is giving a politician 6-to-1, so you give me $200 and the Treasury is going to multiply it by 6 times? Is that defending democracy, or is that, once again, the left being so much smarter than Republicans are on how to try to stay in power? How about some of the other things that are in the Democrats' H.R. 1 and H.R. 4, their federal election bill? And my theory is a little different than other folks. It's just a blatant power grab. And it's not a power grab for the federal government, which it is that, but it's much more than that. It's a power grab by a party that basically is trying to design the election code to fit their fundraising model, their campaign model. So it does other things, like down here, my state for functioning 18 years has had voter ID laws. Every data set out there says you can't find a differential of populations not being able to vote. Matter of fact, I think in my state, some of the underlying data is African-American females are the highest participation. It's actually white males, particularly white rural males, that have some of the lowest participation, and some of my Native Americans. But that doesn't meet the folklore that we get from our brothers and sisters on the left. But think about this. And this is the circle I want folks who are paying attention to get their heads around how it works. So the Democrats push a voting rights bill, but it's really about voting mechanics. And what they do is they say, hey, we're going to have same-day automatic registration. And then we're going to legalize, industrialize ballot harvesting. And then at the same time, we're going to do this so they also are allowed to have, if you give them money, they get 6-1. So why would you do that? Well, first off, as in California, the Democrats have built a huge infrastructure. If you run for Congress, you actually take a substantial portion of your campaign money and hire firms that go knock on doors and harvest ballots. It's now a campaign mechanic. Well, what happens if you hire lots of people to go walk through that massive apartment building or this and that and knock on the door and say, hey, I'll register you right here, let's do your ballot. That's functionally what they're doing in this legislation. And the beauty of it, it will ultimately be taxpayers who will be financing it, because the left, to their credit, has spent about the last 15, 20 years building an online contribution system. And here's the kicker. That online contribution system has trained contributors to the left, contributors to Democrats, to say, don't give one person this much money, give 10 people this much. And it's as if it's always been laid out that saying, and wink, wink, nod, nod, one day, we're going to set up a public funding system so your $25 contribution or $200 contribution gets multiplied 6 times. I mean, you got to give the left, you got to give the Democrats credit. They're just audacity. And then to call it a civil rights voting bill, when you break through its mechanics, it's about power. It's about power and control. That's what this is. And the other beauty is handing the bureaucracy here in Washington, D.C., the functionality of saying, they can tell my state of Arizona what's allowed and what isn't allowed. We have a family saying that goes, money, power, vanity, but most of the time it's about the money. In this case, I got to give the left credit. They hit all 3 in the same piece of legislation. You know, it becomes about the money, it becomes about them keeping the power, but reality has almost nothing to do with fairness. It's about the fear that the public understands how much of the left's policies have been crappy to them, their families, this country, and the mechanism they're going to try to keep in power is to functionally have us finance their elections and allow them to industrialize the very bad acts that so many of us worry about. And with that, Madam Speaker, I think I feel a little better getting some of that out of my system, so I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 30 minutes.
Thank you. There are several issues of importance that I don't feel this body has spent enough time discussing, and unless they are addressed, could result in a great deal of discomfort for a lot of Americans. The first is the issue revolving or concerning sheltered workshops, also known as work centers or community rehabilitation programs. Perhaps you folks are familiar with them, in that they are places where people of different abilities frequently work, frequently doing packaging, maybe light manufacturing. Because of the different abilities that some people have, they have to get what are called 14C certificates and may work for less than minimum wage. Disabilities they may have would include things like perhaps spina bifida or similar things that make it a little bit more difficult for them to work. Nevertheless, throughout my political career, I have always enjoyed touring the sheltered workshops, in part because the employees that work there are so proud of the work they are doing and so proud of the fact that they are able to earn a paycheck and purchase some of their own clothes, perhaps purchase gifts for their relatives. Right now, these sheltered workshops are under attack in the Build Back Better bill, and that bill may easily pass sometime in the next year. I am afraid even the majority of Democrats who voted for the bill are unaware that these sheltered workshops are under attack. There are two reasons why people want to get rid of sheltered workshops. There are people who feel under no circumstances should somebody make less than minimum wage. This is ignoring economic reality and ignoring the reality of the type of jobs that are available for these folks. The second concern they have is they feel that these people are segregated from the rest of society working in a sheltered workshop. That is, of course, not true. There are people of all sorts of abilities in these workshops, and in my opinion, people who work in these workshops frequently work there for 25 or 30 years, and people in management also work there for an extended period of time. Nevertheless, there is an extreme group which feels that we are taking advantage of people by having them work in the workshop. I will point out that in addition to the ability to have some of your own economic independence, you develop lifelong friends in these workshops that you wouldn't develop if you were looking for other jobs out in the community. One of the concerns for people with different abilities is that it's important that they develop friendships other than just their parents or immediate family. It is something that always is of great concern for parents of people in situations like this. And insofar as the sheltered workshops were shut down, you wouldn't have this natural grouping of friends or lifelong co-workers that you are going to be able to interact with. It is time for the sheltered workshop community to wake up and realize in this bill of thousands of pages, the radical group that wants to shut down the sheltered workshops may finally get their dream. And if they get their dream, they will find that some of these folks are going to find jobs in the community, but they're not going to find 35 or 40-hour week jobs in the community. They may find 3 or 4 hour a week jobs in the community. They will lose the pride that comes with having a full-time job. They will no longer feel they are like their siblings or friends who go to work every day and earn a paycheck. It will be devastating for these folks. Some folks have been working in these sheltered workshops for 25 or 30 years and have years left to go. It is tragic that some people want to take this freedom away from them. I should also point out that nobody forces anybody to work in the sheltered workshops. If there were other jobs in the community, they or their guardians could take them out and have them work fast food, or have them work light retail, or have them work in some light manufacturing. But what these people who are trying to get rid of the sheltered workshops are doing is they are taking away the choice that these folks have made for themselves, the choice that makes them feel so happy, makes them feel so good. So I strongly encourage people who know someone in these workshops to get politically involved before these folks' lives are devastated. And insofar as we have any of the Democrats paying attention to what I'm saying right now, I beg you to go in your district and tour one of the sheltered workshops yourself, because they will make you feel so good. There are very few things in this job that make me feel as good as touring these workshops, because you see how happy and productive people can be that on the face of it seem to be dealt a tough lot on life. But they have made what they can of themselves. They are very happy, and I beg the majority party not to take away this right. The second issue that I'd like to talk about a little bit today is with regard to the COVID. One of the frustrating things about the establishment, and I think this goes back even before the Biden administration, but the establishment, is there has not been enough discussion of the correlation of inadequate amounts of vitamin D and getting severe cases of the COVID. Right now in this country, all Americans should be aiming at having 30 nanograms per milliliter of vitamin D. People who fail to get that 30 nanograms disproportionately wind up getting the COVID and getting the COVID severely. There are other things that make it more likely to get COVID. If you have diabetes, if you are overweight, these are other things that correlate with getting COVID. And we know that if you lose a little weight, your situation would improve. Vitamin D, or a lack of having 30 nanograms per milliliter of vitamin D, does correlate with problems. Right now in our society, sadly, 96% of Black Americans are insufficient to that level, 88% of Hispanics, 65% of white. It's not something that has been talked about anywhere near enough. And it's a question as to why the public health establishment has not done a better job of explaining the correlation between bad vitamin D outcomes and bad COVID outcomes. Some people feel it's not something that's talked about enough because there's no money to be made. And of course, a lot of people are making a lot of money on the COVID, but if you solve your vitamin D levels by just going to the local drugstore and buying $20 or $40 worth of vitamin D pills, there's not the possibility of people to make billions of dollars. Nevertheless, if you are out there, I strongly encourage all Americans to get a hold of vitamin D. Vitamin C and zinc are good as well. But today, I try one more time to beg my friends back home to go get some vitamin D, and I beg the medical community, who right now does not test for vitamin D like they should. I'm told it's because there's not enough reimbursement in Medicare and we don't want to lose money on what we're doing. But the medical community ought to be testing everybody for vitamin D if they come in for their annual checkup. And all Americans should be looking to get that level above 30 nanograms per milliliter. There are other things as well that could be done to reduce the high number of deaths from COVID. Phenofibrate is a drug which some Israeli researchers have had success with. It is a generic drug, and as the result is very reasonable to get a hold of. The same thing is true as hydroxychloroquine, and there are doctors I know who've had success with that. I don't think it's quite as successful with the Omicron variant, but it was very successful with the Alpha variant, and that was ivermectin. And I've known doctors who use that, and they've had success curing people there. But for whatever reason, on some of these cheaper alternatives that I think could have saved hundreds of thousands of people, the public health establishment and the medical establishment has not been as outspoken as they should. Now, I'm going to yield a couple minutes of my time to the wonderful congressman from Virginia.
I want to thank my friend from Wisconsin for yielding on this very important subject. I was unfortunate to catch COVID a couple of weeks ago, and I think that the vitamin D supplements that I was taking, in addition to vitamin C, in addition to zinc, definitely helped to minimize the length and the severity of the illness. But Madam Speaker, today marks 1 year since Joe Biden was sworn in as president, meaning it's been a year since Democrats took unified control of the federal government. And at this point, there's no denying that Americans are worse off today than they were 12 months ago. Consumer prices have risen 7% since Democrats won congressional majorities and the White House, marking a 40-year high rate of inflation. Gas prices reached $3.28 a gallon last month, a 49.6% increase from a year ago. 1.7 million illegal immigrants were encountered unlawfully crossing the border in FY21, the highest number ever recorded. 16 major U.S. cities set new homicide records this past year. And just last week, COVID hospitalizations hit a record high. 13 American service members tragically lost their lives, and the Taliban captured Afghanistan as a result of this administration's disastrous withdrawal plan. Madam Speaker, Democrats are certainly setting records, just not the records that they want to be breaking. Their party has utterly failed the American people. And with that, I thank the gentleman and I yield back.
Thank you. I'd like to address another perhaps inadvertent, perhaps not so inadvertent, group of provisions in the Build Back Better bill. As we look across the country, when one compares to where America is today compared to where America was 50 years ago, certainly one area that I think most Americans would think is a step in the wrong direction is the breakdown of the traditional family. However, not all people consider the breakdown in the so-called Western prescribed nuclear family structure as a bad thing. Black Lives Matter, which played such a big role in the elections last November, on their website came out saying we want to disrupt the Western prescribed nuclear family structure. They're not the only ones who don't like the Western family. We know Karl Marx felt that as he wanted to work his way towards paradise, we had to get rid of the traditional family. I don't know that it's a coincidence or not, but our current welfare system, with all of the programs that are part of it, be it the education grants, be it the medical grants, be it the food stamps, be it the low-income housing, are all set up to benefit or not to benefit families in which there are two parents at home to raise the children. In other words, the United States for years and years is trying to get rid of the nuclear family. It's like Karl Marx himself were writing the welfare policies. In the Build Back Better bill, we're going further on down this line. I don't know that this is exactly supposed to be a payback to Black Lives Matter, but the reconciliation bill will more than double the earned income tax credit marriage penalty. It has provisions for greatly increasing the number of low-income housing units, and I feel that the way those units are doled out again, very difficult to get those units if you have a mom and dad at home, but there are people who want to get rid of that sort of family. I would strongly encourage the majority party, before they push this bill any further, to have a study done on who benefits from these new provisions and who doesn't, and is it one more time a situation in which we are bribing people not to have old-fashioned nuclear families. I am afraid, like I said, right now this looks like another victory for the hard left wing of the Democrat Party that embraces the idea that we ought to get rid of the nuclear family. It's not a coincidence. It's in the bill. So in any event, these are things I leave our audience with as we break for the following week. If you know somebody who works in a sheltered workshop or work center, or know a congressman, invite them to the sheltered workshops and see what they are in danger of shutting down. If you know people who do not yet have the COVID, remind them to get more vitamin D. If there are any doctors out there, I know sometimes you can't be reimbursed for everything, but you guys make enough money. Make sure you begin to do some testing of vitamin D levels so that if people are below 30 nanograms per milliliter, they know it, and they know that they should go to the drugstore and begin to get more vitamin D, together with zinc and vitamin C. And finally, I encourage the majority party, before they do any more with Build Back Better, to have some work done and see whether you really want to go ahead and further steepen the penalty for married couples who have children, which is already, like I said, it's like the policy of the United States. We don't want to have old-fashioned nuclear families. Thank you very much.
Does the gentleman yield back?
I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow for legislative business.